Chapter 36:58. A powerful manna began to flow within his body. This feeling was too comfortable. Lin Feng didn't want to experience the feeling of weakness he had felt when he had used up all his energy. The power of faith continued to gather, turning into a river of faith that was absorbed by Lin Feng. This was the power of faith. At the most critical moment of Lin Feng's breakthrough to the great emperor, it played a role in reversing the outcome of the tribulation. As the saying goes, whatever you plant will bear the fruit. Now, at the critical moment of Lin Feng's tribulation, the power of faith was added to Lin Feng's body. This was the karma that Lin Feng had already planted long ago. If I live forever in the future, I hope that everyone who believes in me will be like a dragon suddenly. At this time, Lin Feng made his great idea. At the moment of life and death crisis, those who believed in him added a powerful power of faith to Lin Feng, helped Lin Feng through this difficult situation. He even helped Lin Feng save his life. So, Lin Feng also wanted to give them feedback. Thus, Lin Feng made a great wish. At the same time, when Lin Feng had made his grand wish, Lin Feng's expression changed. Great world of exile. Sky martial continent. Outside the 9 continents. In the various temples that worshipped Lin Feng, Lin Feng's golden body suddenly surged with golden light. Lin Feng's golden body opened its eyes. All the golden body images spoke at the same time. If I live forever in the future, I hope that everyone who believes in me will be like a dragon. Oh my God, the gods have appeared. The gods have clearly appeared. The believers in the temples could not help but exclaim. They hurriedly kowtowed to Lin Feng's golden body image. Those believers were constantly chanting the blessings of the gods, the blessings of the gods. Golden light shone on their bodies. Many believers discovered that their illnesses and injuries had all been swept away. And many cultivators with decent cultivations discovered that their bodies had expelled a large amount of impurities. There were also many who were able to comprehend it instantly. In a short period of time, the news of the miracle spread quickly, and countless people heard about it. They all went to Lin Feng's temple to pay their respects to Lin Feng. More and more believers worshipped Lin Feng, and more faith power condensed. The power of faith could provide Lin Feng with a steady stream of power. Under the support of the majestic power of faith, Lin Feng's body actually swelled up. He wanted to vent as soon as possible. He wanted to unleash the terrifying power within his body. Boom! At this moment, the 7th last lightning tribulation finally appeared. An ancient existence wearing a crown stepped out. That existence's aura was incomparably powerful and terrifying. He had the body of a human, but he had the tail of a crocodile and a horn on his forehead. The divine alligator clan's divine ancestor. Some cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. It was rumored. In the past, before the withered forest had withered away, this place had been a holy land for cultivation with countless resources. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor was a terrifying existence from the immortal ancient era. He had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal here. This story had a long history. It had been passed down until now, and many people still knew about it. But before this, many people really just treated this rumor as a story, and not many people believed it to be true. However, when everyone saw the phantom of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appear in the sky, everyone was shocked by this legend. They became incomparably calm. In the past, when the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor broke through to the immortal realm, the heavenly Tao imprinted the phantom of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. Therefore, the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appeared in front of everyone now. And after the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appeared, he launched a terrifying attack on Lin Feng. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng. He wanted to directly kill Lin Feng with a point of his finger. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. "You're the one who should die." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He directly leaped up and charged toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. The demon ancestor's sacred fist was ready and blasted toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. It was just a phantom. Lin Feng believed that he could break it. Bang! The two attacks collided, and they were evenly matched. "Ha ha ha ha, this feels great." Again. Lin Feng roared and charged toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor again. Many people watched this battle with their mouths agape. Facing such a tyrannical existence like the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor, that guy was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked incomparably excited. What kind of freak was that guy? Bang! 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 Lin Feng and the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor fought fiercely. Every time they collided, the earth would shake. The two sides collided for dozens of rounds. Finally, Lin Feng found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and directly punched the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor's body directly shattered. The seventh last lightning tribulation was destroyed by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was endlessly supported by the power of faith. His combat strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. Therefore, the current Lin Feng, he was about to break through. He was full of confidence. The imprint of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor, when he became an immortal, has been destroyed. The person undergoing the tribulation is really heaven-defying. Yeah, it's really terrifying. If he breaks through, who knows how terrifying it will be. Many people were amazed. The sixth last lightning tribulation. The brewing was successful. The sixth last lightning tribulation was actually a brush. Emperor Brush. The demon lord suddenly exclaimed. "What? Emperor Brush?" That's the Emperor Brush that gathered the power of 9 generations of human emperors to forge. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe his eyes. Emperor Brush. That was actually the Emperor Brush. It was really shocking. In the history of the New Age, the Emperor's Sword, the Earth Emperor's Book, and the Emperor Brush, they were forged by 9 generations of emperors, 9 generations of earthly emperors, and 9 generations of human emperors. There were so many powerful figures, one after another, painstaking efforts. The power of the treasures that were forged was shocking. One could imagine. The Emperor's Sword cut through the thorns and opened up a new world for the human race. The Earth Emperor's Book was virtuous and guided the human race to survive in a harsh world. The Emperor Brush wrote thousands of chapters and taught the people, allowing the human race to understand filial piety, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Now, the Emperor Brush had appeared. In other words, countless years ago, the Emperor Brush might have appeared in this place. Perhaps a Run Huang had come here with the Emperor Brush. The human race's treasure, the Emperor Brush, has appeared. There was no lack of knowledgeable cultivators among the 10,000 races. After seeing the brush in the sky, they couldn't help but be extremely shocked. One brush to decide life and death. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the Emperor Brush. It was like a brilliant heavenly power that couldn't be resisted. The Emperor Brush wrote the word death across the void. Bang. In the next moment, Chapter 36:59. Oh my God, isn't the Emperor Brush too terrifying? Some experts of the myriad races exclaimed. They could vaguely see what Lin Feng was experiencing at this moment. His body seemed to have exploded. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still see the blood mist that spurted out when Lin Feng's body exploded. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed previously. He was so powerful, but he couldn't resist it. The Emperor Brush struck. The power of the Emperor Brush deeply shocked the hearts of these experts. What's the situation over there? Many cultivators of the myriad races couldn't help but ask. Only those who were above the Emperor realm could vaguely see the scene of Lin Feng's tribulation from such a long distance and through the powerful lightning tribulation. Cultivators below the Emperor realm could only see the shadow in the distant void. Other than that, they couldn't see anything. But how many Emperor realm experts were there? There were only a handful. Therefore, many cultivators didn't know the specific situation over there. A middle-aged cultivator said, "The brush that appeared above the 9 heavens is the legendary supreme treasure of the human tribe, the Emperor Brush. Just now, the Emperor Brush wrote the word death, and half of the cultivator's body exploded." After hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, the surrounding cultivators were shocked beyond words. This was too unbelievable. The Emperor Brush was so terrifying. Didn't that mean that the next strike, it was very likely to kill the cultivator who was going through the tribulation? Considering that the cultivator could quickly heal his injured body, he might be able to hold on for a while. However, the final outcome should still be unchangeable. At that time, he would definitely die under the Emperor Brush's attack. Emperor Brush. What a powerful Emperor Brush. It's indeed one of the supreme Dharma treasures of the human race. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He activated the immortal divine body. Next, his injured body recovered as if nothing had happened. Destroy. The Emperor Brush wrote another word. Break. Lin Feng roared and rushed toward the Emperor Brush. Then, he threw a punch at the Emperor Brush. Bang! The two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng was sent flying again. The situation was very bad. His body exploded again. His injuries were even more serious than the last time. The Emperor Brush was terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe it. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body, and his injuries healed once again. I have the bloodline of the human race, the future human emperor. Emperor Brush, how dare you attack me? Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. His sovereign emperor blood and undying god blood began to circulate. These were the two most powerful bloodlines of the human race. Holy light surged on Lin Feng's left. To the right of Lin Feng, divine light was rolling. All of the ancient ancestors of the sovereign clan appeared within the holy light. Within the divine light, the ancient ancestors of the undying clan appeared one after another. These were the two largest clans of the human race. Now that the two bloodlines had awakened, they protected Lin Feng together. No one knew if the Emperor Brush had sensed Lin Feng's two human bloodlines. The Emperor Brush stopped attacking Lin Feng. Finally, the Emperor Brush wrote 2 words in the void. The first word was persevere. The second word was hope. The Emperor Brush seemed to be telling Lin Feng that no matter what difficulties he faced, he had to persevere. Only by persevering could he see hope. I will. Lin Feng stood in the void and said to the Emperor Brush. The Emperor Brush dissipated. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching Lin Feng from afar were completely dumbfounded. Many people thought that Lin Feng would die under the Emperor Brush's attack. Who would have thought that the Emperor Brush would stop attacking Lin Feng? It even seemed to write a few words to Lin Feng. However, they were too far away, and no one knew what those words were. Everyone was very confused. They didn't know why such a strange thing had happened. He has awakened his bloodline. The Emperor Brush sensed the power of his bloodline, so it didn't attack him just now. A venerable emperor expert said. Another venerable emperor expert said that person is not a cultivator of the myriad tribes. He is a cultivator of the human race. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Before this venerable emperor expert said this, almost everyone thought that the person undergoing the tribulation was a cultivator of the myriad tribes. Why do you say that? A cultivator asked. The Emperor Brush is a sacred item of the human race. It will only stop attacking if it senses the bloodline of the human race. It will not be merciful to other races. The venerable emperor expert said, I see. I just don't know which power this human cultivator belongs to. Is he an expert from the Immortal Gods Alliance, or is he a foreign cultivator? An expert said with a gloomy expression, the desolate state, where the desolate forest was located, was still the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Therefore, most of the cultivators of the myriad tribes that were attracted this time were cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. A small number of them were cultivators of foreign forces. There was also a small number of people from the Immortal Gods Alliance or the Demon Alliance. However, the number of people from the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance was very small, much smaller than the number of cultivators from the foreign forces. After all, the cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance would not easily enter the territory of the Sacred War Alliance, because once they were discovered by the people of the Sacred War Alliance, they were likely to be besieged. They would not have a good ending. Naturally, no one would put themselves in danger. It did not matter if Lin Feng was a human cultivator of the Immortal Gods Alliance or a foreign cultivator. He was regarded as an enemy by the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance. This person is Lin Feng. At this moment, a piece of news spread out and quickly caused an uproar among the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation. Lin Feng of the 9 states. Who didn't know? Who didn't know? This was because many higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance felt that if Lin Feng had not contacted the various experts in the 9 states to resist the invasion of the myriad tribes without waiting for the final battle, the 9 states would have already fallen. Even the experts of the 9 states during the final battle were inextricably linked to Lin Feng. Therefore, the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the core. Some time ago, it was rumored that Lin Feng had come to the 9 states and even appeared in the Forest of Destiny. Originally, many cultivators did not believe it, but now many people believed this rumor. Is the news reliable? Someone asked. Of course it's reliable. Young Master Nya of the Heavenly Devil clan said it himself. He is Lin Feng's old enemy, and his bastard brother, Gong Ziyu, has a close relationship with Lin Feng. How could young Master Nya mistake Lin Feng? At this moment, someone said. That cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw Gong Ziyu. At this point, no one doubted it anymore. Lin Feng should have broken through to the Great Emperor realm, right? He actually transcended the immortal tribulation and broke through to the Great Emperor realm. This person is so terrifying. If he continues to grow, it will be a huge problem. Chapter 3660. Lin Feng didn't know that his identity had been exposed and that he was being targeted by the cultivators of the myriad races. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It wasn't easy to become a great emperor in the first place. It was normal to be targeted. When the time came, no matter how many came, he would kill them all. As long as he could break through to the great emperor realm, coupled with the ruler's armor and the many supreme treasures on him. Lin Feng was convinced that if he met gods, he would kill gods. If he met ghosts, he would kill ghosts. The 5th last lightning tribulation was brewing. This time around, the thunder calamity was even scarier. There were actually 3 stone golems. The first stone man. It had a human body, an eagle head, and a pair of huge wings. The second stone man looked like an old man. The third stone man was a female stone man. Stone Man Tribulation. This is the legendary tribulation. It is said that this tribulation is one of the last 3 tribulations of the immortal tribulation. Could it be that this guy's tribulation is about to end? Someone said they couldn't calm down because Lin Feng was only breaking through to the great emperor realm, but his tribulation was actually an immortal tribulation. It really made people envious. Those cultivators of the myriad races wanted to become Lin Feng, but they were destined to only have the right to be envious. The experts of the myriad races were all paying attention to Lin Feng's tribulation. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would fail. If Lin Feng failed the celestial tribulation, then they wouldn't have to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in the void and looked at the 3 stone men. Each stone man was incomparably terrifying. These 3 stone men joined forces. Their cooperation was flawless. This was the terrifying part of the Stone Man tribulation. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Many cultivators failed to pass the Stone Man tribulation because they couldn't break the joint force of the 3 stone men. And once the 3 stone men formed an encirclement, when the time came, the battle prowess of the 3 stone golems would increase by a large margin, because the 3 stone men could strengthen each other, greatly increasing the battle strength of each other. This was an extremely terrifying ability. However, facing the attack of the 3 stone men, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He directly used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. Then, 2 clones were formed. Although the 2 clones couldn't unleash 100% of Lin Feng's battle strength, but it was still relatively easy to unleash 70% to 80% of Lin Feng's battle strength. If the 2 clones' potential was unleashed, they could even unleash more than 90% of their battle strength. It was extremely close to Lin Feng's own battle strength. Lin Feng locked onto a stone man. The other 2 clones flew towards the other 2 stone golems. But Lin Feng's clones didn't fight against the 2 stone men. When Lin Feng's 2 clones arrived next to the 2 stone statues, Lin Feng smiled. The 2 clones' bodies bulged. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions spread in the air. Lin Feng's 2 clones exploded. Instantly, it was a shock wave that could destroy the world. It swept out. The destructive power enveloped the 2 stone golems. The cultivators outside, who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation, were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief. No one expected that Lin Feng would directly let the 2 clones self-destruct. After the 2 clones self-destructed, the 2 stone men were also destroyed. Only the last stone man was left. Only when the 3 stone men joined forces could they unleash the most powerful battle strength. If it was only 1 stone man, it was far from enough. Lin Feng rushed forward and unleashed his power. He directly destroyed the 3rd stone man. There were only 4 lightning tribulations left. But Lin Feng didn't dare to relax for a moment, because he was very clear. The last 3 lightning tribulations were the most fatal. The power of the last 3 lightning tribulations was far stronger than the rest. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had failed to pass the tribulation. They died under the attack of the last 3 lightning tribulations. And now Lin Feng, he hadn't started to fight against the last 3 lightning tribulations. I've been waiting for the sky since I was born. Who can defeat the heroes of the world? The 9 immortal swords have accompanied me for life. The swords cut through the heavens, and I'll be revered. At this moment, A low voice came from the sea of thunder above the 9 heavens. Then, a white-robed man stepped forward. The man was incomparably handsome and powerful. After he appeared, it was as if he had become the eternal ruler of heaven and earth. The man carried 9 stone swords on his back. Buzz! The 9 stone swords shook the void, and all flew out, floating above the man. Di Wudao, when he saw the man. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly burst with endless killing intent. The 4th last lightning tribulation actually showed Di Wudao, who had 9 stone swords. Back then, this person had betrayed his father. It was also because of this person he had caused his family to be destroyed. Lin Feng's hatred for Di Wudao, it was like a torrential river, continuous and unending. The son of a sinner should be killed. Di Wudao looked coldly at Lin Feng. It was as if he was looking at an ant. His face was full of contempt and disdain. It was a feeling that came from the depths of his bones. Out of the 9 stone swords, he had only taken out 1. Perhaps, in his opinion, killing Lin Feng. There was no need for the 9 stone swords. Back then, you were just a dog servant by my father's side. What right do you have to show off in front of me? You should call me young master. Lin Feng's face was full of killing intent. He felt as if his blood was about to ignite. He was full of anger, burning fiercely. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if a special power was surging out of his body. It seemed to be a kind of bloodline power. Vaguely, Lin Feng heard the voice of destiny from that bloodline power. That bloodline. It should be the destiny bloodline. His father had a total of 2 bloodlines. The first bloodline originated from the undying bloodline of the undying family. The second bloodline was a bloodline that his father had awakened on his own after being blessed by the heavens. It was the destiny bloodline. It was just that his destiny bloodline had been sealed by his father in the past. Now, the destiny bloodline seemed to be about to awaken. The destiny bloodline power seeped through the seal that Lin Feng's father Lin Feng had added and surged into Lin Feng's body. That great destiny Tao. I bear the hopes of countless people. I bear the expectations of my ancestors. I bear the glory of destiny Tao. Please descend the power of destiny. Let me punish that lowly existence who dares to blaspheme destiny. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the destiny bloodline in his body surged up to the 9 heavens. Then, a long river of destiny was summoned by the destiny power that surged out of Lin Feng's body. After seeing that long river of destiny, Lin Feng's spirit couldn't help but suddenly tremble. Chapter 36:61. Summoning the river of destiny was not an easy task. One had to cultivate the great destiny skill to a higher level to be able to do it. Lin Feng's great destiny skill was only at the beginner level. There was still a big gap to reach the higher level. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to summon the river of destiny. But this time, it was special. The power of destiny that came from his father's destiny bloodline was combined with Lin Feng's great destiny skill. This made Lin Feng, for the first time in his life, he summoned the river of destiny for the first time. After Lin Feng summoned the river of destiny, it swept towards Di Wudao. The stone sword that Di Wudao took out was instantly swallowed by the river of destiny. Then, it was trapped in the river of destiny, under Lin Feng's control. The river of destiny quickly flew above Di Wudao. It descended from the sky and locked onto Di Wudao, making it impossible for Di Wudao to escape. Di Wudao suddenly frowned. His expression became gloomy. 8 swords moved together. Slash! Di Wudao shouted coldly. Buzz! 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 The 8 stone swords flew out at high speed at the same time. Then, they swept towards the river of destiny. The power of the 8 stone swords was so strong that it shook one's heart. They swept across the void, gently. Suddenly, the void collapsed. The power was so strong. It really made people turn pale with fright. However, when the 8 stone swords slashed on the River of Destiny, they did not cause any damage to the River of Destiny. Instead, the River of Destiny suddenly rolled. The 8 stone swords were immediately swept into the River of Destiny. The 8 stone swords struggled to rush out of the River of Destiny, but they did not manage to do so. The River of Destiny swept towards Di Wudao. Bang! Di Wudao was sent flying by the attack. Di Wudao, remember, you are in front of me. You will always be a dog slave. When I reach the Undying Realm, I will definitely kill you. This is what you deserve after betraying my father. Lin Feng looked at Di Wudao indifferently. Immediately after, he continued to control the River of Destiny to attack Di Wudao. In the face of the River of Fate's attack, Di Wudao wanted to dodge, but he couldn't avoid the River of Destiny's attack. Bang! The River of Destiny slammed into Di Wudao once more. Di Wudao's body shattered. The fourth last lightning tribulation was resolved by Lin Feng. At the same time that Di Wudao's body shattered, Undying Realm, Heavenly Court, Crown Prince's residence. Di Wudao was the son of the Heavenly Emperor, and this was where he lived. Di Wudao was cultivating in seclusion within a palace. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he suddenly opened his eyes. Mirror of the future, come out, Di Wudao said gloomily. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a mirror appeared. It was the Mirror of Future. Lin Feng had seen the Mirror of Future before. This was a mirror that was said to be able to see the future. What's the matter? The Mirror of Future said calmly. Help me find Lin Baitian's son. Di Wudao said gloomily. Old rules. You should understand. The Mirror of Future said, don't worry, after this is done, you will get what you want. Di Wudao said indifferently, deal. The Mirror of Future said. Next, the surface of the mirror fluctuated violently. Dense ripples appeared, and those ripples, they were extremely blurry. Finally, an hour later, the surface of the mirror became clear, and an image appeared. An endless sea of lightning. In the void, a young cultivator stood proudly, and that young cultivator was Lin Feng. Soon, Di Wudao walked out of the sea of lightning with a battle sword on his back. Looking at those images, Di Wudao said with a gloomy expression, I didn't expect that I would become Lin Baiqian's son's tribulation. Di Wudao was extremely terrifying. He had sensed this earlier, so he summoned the Mirror of Future. He wanted the Mirror of Future to show those images. When you betrayed Lin Baiqian, you were destined to be completely intertwined with Lin Baiqian's or his son's fate. This collision is unavoidable. The Mirror of Future said. When he heard the word betray, Di Wudao's brows twitched violently a few times. He hated this word very much. If it was someone else who said this in front of him, they would have been dead long ago. However, as for the Mirror of Future, Di Wudao's patience and tolerance had always been much more than usual, because many times he needed to use the Mirror of Future for anyone who had value. Di Wudao had always been able to endure. His character had always been like this. Just like when he followed Lin Baiqian back then, he was extremely jealous of Lin Baiqian. But in order to destroy Lin Baiqian, he could pretend as if nothing had happened and hide it very well. There were so many people. No one could see Di Wudao's wild ambition. In the image was the image of Lin Feng summoning the River of Destiny to fight against Di Wudao. Back then, you were just a dog slave by my father's side. What right do you have to show off in front of me? You should call me young master. Lin Feng's cold voice came out from the mirror of future. This little bastard. Di Wudao's real body's eyes burst with endless killing intent. Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him, causing his killing intent to soar to the sky. Image after image flashed past. Di Wudao, who appeared in the lightning tribulation, was defeated. And Lin Feng's voice came out from the mirror of future again. Di Wudao, remember, you are in front of me. You will always be a dog slave. When I reach the undying realm, I will definitely kill you. This is what you deserve after betraying my father back then. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Di Wudao's real body could no longer suppress his anger. Where is he? Di Wudao asked with a gloomy expression. I can't say this. Maybe in 9 states. The mirror of future said. 9 states. Di Wudao's expression became even gloomier. 9 states. It hid some of the biggest secrets of the myriad worlds. And for the celestial race, immortal race, and other races, they could not set foot in 9 states, because 9 states was the origin of the human race. And the immortal race, celestial race, and other races no longer recognized themselves as humans. The last human emperor of the human race. He also removed the celestial race, immortal race, and other innate human races from the human race. The 9th human emperor of the human race cursed before he died. Any cultivator of the celestial race, immortal race, and other races who went to 9 states would be cursed and turned into an undead spirit, never to be reincarnated. Besides that, the land of death in 9 states was also incomparably terrifying. The creatures in the land of death hated the heavenly realm, the chaotic Xianhuang realm, and the underworld. Therefore, the cultivators of these 3 realms, as well as the other realms under their control, were not allowed to enter 9 states. None of them were allowed to set foot in the 9 prefectures. Otherwise, only death awaited them. And Di Wudao's family was the celestial race. They were a branch of the heavenly realm. Naturally, he did not dare to set foot in 9 states. In the past, Di Wudao had sent experts from the undying realm to 9 states to find Lin Beitian, but there was no news of them. Di Wudao knew. The rumor was true. The cultivators of the realms under the control of the heavenly realm, the chaotic Xianhuang realm, and the underworld were also not allowed to set foot in 9 states. 9 states was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Although Di Wudao wanted to kill Lin Beitian and his son, his people could not enter 9 states, so he could only give up. Moreover, Di Wudao knew that Lin Beitian's cultivation was almost crippled and he had a demonic seed planted in him. Therefore, Di Wudao felt that Lin Beitian had no chance of turning the tables. As for Lin Feng, he was still in his infancy at that time. Di Wudao did not care about a baby like Lin Feng at all. Chapter 36:62. The Mirror of Future said, that kid's father has already left the 9 states. Unfortunately, we can't find out where he is. However, since his father has been infected by a seed demon, he might have lost himself. Di Wudao said coldly, Lin Beitian is no longer the Lin Beitian of the past. If I find him, I'll show him my new ultimate technique. When that happens, I'll trample him under my feet and show him who's the real expert. The Mirror of Future said, it seems like you still can't let go of Lin Beitian. It's not that I can't let go of him, but I like to trample on every enemy and trample on their dignity so that they won't be able to rise again. Di Wudao said coldly. The Mirror of Future asked, how do you plan to deal with Lin Beitian's son? That little bastard is indeed a little unexpected. Isn't he coming to the undying world? I'll just send someone to kill him. Di Wudao said coldly. As the son of the celestial emperor, he had many experts under him. Lin Feng had displayed heaven-defying potential. But so what? Therefore, Di Wudao didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng's strength didn't matter. Thundercrack, true lord, come here quickly. I have something to tell you, Di Wudao ordered. Soon, a cultivator came to Di Wudao. It was Thundercrack, true lord. Greetings, Crown Prince. Thundercrack, true lord, bowed to Di Wudao. I order you to lead 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals to search for Lin Feng. If you find him, capture him. I want to teach that little bastard a lesson, Di Wudao said, and flicked his finger. A jade tube flew out. It landed in Thundercrack, true lord's hand. The jade tube recorded Lin Feng's introduction. It even had Lin Feng's face imprinted on it. Yes, Crown Prince. Your Highness, I'll do it right away. Thunderbreak, true monarch, quickly replied after receiving the order. He then bade farewell and left. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of Di Wudao's movements. In the undying world, Lin Feng was currently recovering with all his might because there were still 3 lightning tribulations left. The last 3 lightning tribulations were also the most terrifying ones. Even Lin Feng, he was quite worried. Of course, Lin Feng was still very confident in himself. He believed that he could pass the tribulation successfully. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura spread from afar. A terrifying existence whose entire body was rotten flew over at high speed. Brat, your death stay. A sinister laughter. Lin Feng's voice. His expression suddenly changed. The third last thunder tribulation was the terrifying human tribulation. The reason why the human tribulation was said to be terrifying, this was because the human tribulation was full of uncertainties. Those who appeared in the human tribulation were usually very powerful, but not every time it would be so powerful that it would make people despair. At that, cultivators could naturally fight with all their might. At that moment, it would be a disastrous consequence for the person who was going through the tribulation. It would make the person fall into endless despair. But now, Lin Feng's human tribulation was an immortal corpse. Lin Feng even had the heart to cry now. The immortal corpse was too terrifying, although the current immortal corpse could not be compared to the past. His battle strength was still incomparably heaven-defying. When Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist were chased by the immortal corpse, the two of them used all their skills. They were no match for the immortal corpse. Brat, your talent is really powerful. You can actually attract the major heavenly Tao tribulation. When this immortal broke through to the scattered immortal realm, the tribulation was only a minor heavenly Tao tribulation. The feeling of strangling a genius. Just thinking about it makes this immortal excited. The immortal corpse's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at the immortal corpse with a gloomy expression and said, "Do you still remember the memories of your previous life? Aren't you a zombie or some other evil spirit or undead spirit?" The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly and said, "This immortal sealed a part of my memories in a crystal. Now that this immortal has refined those memories, I naturally remember the past." Lin Feng was shocked. The immortal corpse's methods were really terrifying. This immortal has already told you what you want to know. Now you can go to hell to meet King Yama in peace. The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly. Then he flew toward Lin Feng. His sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng. A thought blossoms, sovereign descends. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. He was using one of his trump cards. This divine ability was a supreme divine ability passed down by the Devil Lord. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. Now that it was used by Lin Feng, it suddenly had the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. From Lin Feng's body, the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation from afar couldn't help but be shocked when they felt the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Even though they were so far away, they were still suppressed by the aura emitted by Lin Feng's body to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? That kid is too strong. He might very well succeed in transcending the tribulation. At this time, a cultivator from the myriad races said, he felt that Lin Feng could successfully transcend this tribulation. That's not necessarily true. The first 3 lightning tribulations are indeed powerful, but the last 3 lightning tribulations are the most terrifying. Since ancient times, many people who were about to succeed in transcending the tribulation died under the attack of the last 3 lightning tribulations. This kind of example is not uncommon. Then, a cultivator said, he didn't agree with the previous cultivator's words. At this time, a cultivator said with incomparable certainty, just wait and see. This time, Lin Feng will definitely die. The others were puzzled. They didn't understand why this cultivator was so sure that Lin Feng would definitely die. At this time, the cultivator said, haven't you heard that an immortal corpse has appeared in our Sacred War Alliance's myriad races cemetery? We have indeed heard about it, but we don't know the details. A lot of the information has been sealed off by the various large factions. A cultivator said, back then, that immortal corpse was released by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist after they dug up an immortal tomb. The immortal corpse that was released back then is the existence that is attacking Lin Feng right now. The cultivator said, what? There's such a thing? Immediately, many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Then, a few people's faces revealed smiles. They couldn't wait for Lin Feng to die under the attack of the lightning tribulation. Now, the one attacking Lin Feng was actually a powerful immortal corpse. In the eyes of many people, this time Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Chapter 36:63. While the cultivators in the distance were discussing animatedly Lin Feng and the immortal corpse, they had already collided. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Lin Feng and the immortal corpse were like 2 fast-flying planets in the starry sky world, fiercely colliding with each other. This collision, it simply caused a huge impact to one's soul. But Lin Feng's attack was still unable to contend against the immortal corpse's attack. The immortal corpse was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng was directly sent flying by the immortal corpse. His face became as pale as paper. Wah! Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The gap between him and the immortal corpse was too great. It was not that Lin Feng was not strong enough, but the immortal corpse was too terrifying. Weak. Really too weak. With your little cultivation, killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with contempt. This was a contempt that came from his bones. Although he could only unleash a small portion of his battle strength from back then. However, this portion of his battle strength was enough to shock the world. After all, he was an immortal back then. In endless fear, wait for death to descend, the immortal corpse's cold voice came out. Swish! As if he had teleported, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng, and then punched towards Lin Feng. Close combat. The opportunity is here. Seeing the immortal corpse come to his side, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The immortal corpse was indeed terrifying. Competing in magic power, the gap between Lin Feng and the immortal corpse was huge. But competing in physical body, Lin Feng was not afraid of the immortal corpse at all. He directly activated the 6 times dragon elephant arm. Then, that unparalleled and invincible punch was blasted towards the immortal corpse. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision, sound suddenly came out. Lin Feng and the immortal corpse, they collided once again. This time, Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the immortal corpse was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? The immortal corpse cried out in disbelief. Am I seeing things? It can't be true. This can't be true. The cultivators watching from afar couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because they were too far away, they could only see two blurry figures fighting against each other. These two blurry figures were naturally Lin Feng and the immortal corpse. As for how the two of them fought, they did not see it clearly. However, no matter how the two sides fought, the one who should be crushed should be Lin Feng. But in reality, the immortal corpse was sent flying by Lin Feng. At this moment, a cultivator said, "Rumor has it that this person has an unparalleled fleshly body. The immortal corpse was sent flying. It's very likely that he lost to that kid in a contest of physical strength." Winning against the immortal corpse in a contest of physical strength and winning against the immortal corpse in a contest of magical power were two completely different concepts. A battle between cultivators was basically a contest of magical power and magical power. It was very rare for them to have a contest of physical strength. Therefore, they could suppress the opponent with physical strength. But it was not uncommon for them to be instantly killed by the opponent when they were using magical power and magical power. How strong is the immortal corpse's physical body? Even if it's just a contest of physical strength, it's already heaven-defying enough. Let me ask you, in all the realms, how many people can have a stronger physical body than the immortal corpse without entering the immortal realm? What's more, this kid hasn't even broken through to the Great Emperor realm, and his physical body is already so terrifying. What will happen in the future? A cultivator said with a gloomy expression. This kid must die. He must die. Otherwise, he will definitely be a huge threat to our Sacred War Alliance. The eyes of the experts of the Sacred War Alliance flashed with a dense killing intent. Lin Feng didn't have the time to guess what the cultivators were thinking. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the immortal corpse. The immortal corpse was too confident. He thought that by using magical power and magical power, he could suppress Lin Feng to the point that he couldn't fight back. Then he could use his physical body to deal with Lin Feng. He could also crush him. But after the real battle, he found out how terrifying was Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and arrived in front of the immortal corpse in an instant, then sent a peerless punch at the immortal corpse. Bang! The immortal corpse couldn't dodge in time and was once again sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. But the immortal corpse's body was too tough. Lin Feng's powerful attacks bombarded the celestial corpse, but surprisingly, he couldn't destroy it. Just how strong was the immortal corpse's physical body? One could imagine. But Lin Feng believed that as long as he kept attacking the immortal corpse would definitely not be able to withstand his attacks. So Lin Feng quickly attacked the immortal corpse again. He didn't want to give the immortal corpse a chance to breathe. But at this time, the immortal corpse opened its mouth. Then it spat out a ball of corpse chi at Lin Feng. The corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out contained an extremely terrifying poison. It was a dark green corpse chi. After being spat out, the void was corroded. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed an aghast expression. The corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out. It was too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to take the terrifying corpse chi head-on, so he quickly retreated, avoiding the corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out. The distance between Lin Feng and the immortal corpse increased again. Lin Feng's idea of destroying the immortal corpse's physical body in one go also fell through. The immortal corpse said with a sinister smile, "Kid, your life. This immortal will take it." As his voice fell, a large amount of corpse chi surged out of the immortal corpse's body. Clearly, the immortal corpse was going to use an extremely terrifying magical power. The immortal corpse is going to show its power. I hope he can kill Lin Feng. Seeing the immortal corpse's great power, the cultivators of the myriad races in the distance couldn't help but become excited. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He knew that the immortal corpse was going to use an extremely powerful, unique skill. So, what followed would definitely be incomparably dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might die without a grave. Therefore, Lin Feng began to mobilize the power of his bloodline. When the immortal bloodline awakened for the second time, Lin Feng awakened the power left in his bloodline by his ancestor. And the power left in his bloodline by his ancestor turned into a golden little man that occupied Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng basically didn't use the power of this golden little man. He used it once. It would take a long time for the golden little man to recover to his peak state. So, unless it was a last resort, Lin Feng wouldn't use the power of the golden little man, and using the power of the golden little man would consume a lot of his own body. His mana would be consumed extremely quickly. Only in a life and death crisis could he use the power of the golden little man. The immortal corpse was too powerful. Lin Feng had no choice but to use the power of the golden little man to deal with the immortal corpse. Corpse Devil Kingdom. At this moment, a low voice resounded between heaven and earth. The immortal corpse displayed a powerful magical power. A terrifying kingdom appeared in the endless corpse chi. In that kingdom, corpse devils danced wildly. Chapter 36:64. That kid has been swallowed by that country. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure. Seeing Lin Feng being swallowed by the corpse devil country, the cultivators of the 10,000 races shouted excitedly. They hoped to see Lin Feng die without a grave. And now they saw hope. Inside the corpse devil country, corpse chi rolled. An endless number of demon corpses were moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. Anyone who saw so many corpse demons charging at them would feel endless despair. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. Lin Feng's expression did not change. He put his palms together and began to recite Buddhist scriptures. Maha limitless, the great heaven is free. With Buddha in my heart, no evil can invade. As Lin Feng recited the scriptures, suddenly, endless Buddhist light gushed out from Lin Feng's body. Within each ray of Buddhist light, an ancient Buddha appeared. These ancient Buddhas sat cross-legged in the void and recited Buddhist scriptures together with Lin Feng. In the corpse devil country, Buddhist light shone brightly, illuminating the world. When the Buddhist light shone on the corpse devils, sizzling sounds of burning were immediately heard. The bodies of the corpse devils were directly burned. Soon, the corpses of the corpse devils were burned to ashes. The immortal corpse appeared in the corpse devil country. He looked at Lin Feng with a sneer and said, "Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they are all useless. In here, your battle strength will be greatly weakened, and this immortal's battle strength will be greatly increased. If one side is weakened and the other side is strengthened, no matter how many tricks you have, only death will await you today." As his voice fell, the immortal corpse flew towards Lin Feng. A large number of corpse devils continued to condense and also pounced towards Lin Feng. Although the immortal corpse's battle strength had long fallen, the tricks he grasped still shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that he could not hold back, so he had to go all out. When the immortal corpse attacked, Lin Feng used Buddhism's supreme technique, the Great Karma Technique. Loud, rumbling sounds resounded throughout the world. A massive karma gate was summoned by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the tiny golden figure in Lin Feng's dantian opened its eyes. The golden dwarf's power instantly surged into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng's mana, he had reached the pinnacle level. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. Since you are already dead, you should fall into hell forever. Lin Feng said coldly as he looked at the immortal corpse. He sat cross-legged in front of the Karma Gate. Then, he tried his best to communicate with the Gate of Karma. The Karma Gate directly flew out under Lin Feng's control. Buddhist divine ability. It was the most effective against immortal corpses. As for the great karma art, it was one of the supreme divine abilities of Buddhism. It was the bane of immortal corpses. Naturally, it was also the most powerful. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? It was because the Red World Fairy had cultivated more than 3,000 great das. No matter what kind of divine ability her opponent used, the Red World Fairy could find a way to counter it. In addition, the Red World Fairy had some special reasons. She had already refined many powerful emperor laws a long time ago. That was why the Red World Fairy was invincible. She was almost invincible. In terms of mana and divine ability, Lin Feng knew that he was no match for the immortal corpse. Therefore, this was an almost impossible battle to reverse. In the end, he was killed by the immortal corpse. But Lin Feng had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. Moreover, Lin Feng still had a way to restrain the immortal corpse. Maybe he could turn defeat into victory. When the Karma Gate flew out, the power of karma shook the void. It swept out. The corpse demons exploded one after another. The Karma Gate quickly arrived in front of the immortal corpse. Then, it suppressed the immortal corpse. The Karma Gate condensed by the great karma technique. The immortal corpse's expression couldn't help but sink, but facing the attack of the Karma Gate, he didn't dodge. Instead, he directly punched the Karma Gate. Bang! Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of a violent collision. The immortal corpse and the Karma Gate directly collided, and a deafening sound was heard. The immortal corpse was actually resisting the Karma Gate. On the surface of the immortal corpse's body, there was a large amount of corpse chi lingering. The corpse chi, it was trying its best to block the erosion of the power of karma. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. The immortal corpse actually resisted the attack of the Karma Gate. In the world, the divine ability that restrained the immortal corpse the most, it was actually unable to suppress the immortal corpse. Wasn't the immortal corpse too abnormal? The current immortal corpse might not even have 1,000th of its peak strength, or even 1,000th of its strength. But even so, the immortal corpse still displayed such shocking combat strength. He really didn't know how strong the immortal corpse was when it was alive. Lin Feng wasn't a person who would sit still and wait for death. He quickly charged towards the immortal corpse. He once again used the 1 Chi 3 Pure, one's divine ability. 2 clones appeared. Next, Lin Feng used the 9 layers of domineering magnetic field and 3 layers of space shackles to envelop the immortal corpse. After being enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering magnetic field and 3 layers of space shackles, the immortal corpse's combat strength dropped by 30%. As for his speed, it was also suppressed. With a thought, the flowers bloomed, the sovereign descended, demons worshipping the gods picture, the fall of the 3 realms, life and death art, black tortoise hunchback tablet painting, true dragon seal, demon ancestor sacred fist, ancestor dragon fist, death 9 steps, dominating the world, dominating the trial. Lin Feng was multitasking, raising his combat strength to the peak. Lin Feng's attack was violent and overbearing. All kinds of powerful attacks gathered together. It instantly drowned the immortal corpse. Then, It fiercely bombarded the immortal corpse. However, what made Lin Feng turn pale was that, such a powerful attack, it bombarded the immortal corpse's body. It was all blocked by the immortal talismans emitted by the immortal corpse. Those were immortal Dao talismans, and they were exceptionally terrifying. Lin Feng's divine ability couldn't even break through the immortal corpse's defense. The gap between the two sides was too great. They weren't even on the same level. Perhaps even an Emperor Lord level expert wasn't a match for the immortal corpse. Too weak. The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly, and his figure swayed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Feng, and his sharp claws pierced towards Lin Feng. Uft! The sound of claws piercing through flesh rang out. The immortal corpse's claws pierced through Lin Feng's chest. He felt an intense pain that he had never felt before. It swept through his entire body. That feeling made Lin Feng feel as if his body had become numb. When the immortal corpse caused serious damage to Lin Feng's original body, Lin Feng's two clones also disappeared into thin air because they couldn't obtain the support of mana. Pain. Unparalleled pain. A pain that was worse than death. Die. Chapter 36:65. Life and death were right in front of him. Lin Feng knew. He only had one last chance to counterattack. Either severely injure the immortal corpse, or die at the hands of the immortal corpse. Lu Ya stargazing map. Lin Feng attacked with all his might, and his powerful soul force condensed into a Lu Ya stargazing map. This was Lin Feng's last resort. It was also one of Lin Feng's trump cards. The immortal corpse was originally dead, but it had used some strange method to revive. However, Lin Feng could confirm that the current immortal corpse was still in existence, similar to a dead spirit. Although this existence was still very powerful, it was not without any weaknesses. The greatest weakness of the dead spirit was its weak soul. This was because the dead spirit itself did not have a soul. Most dead spirits did not have any consciousness. They only knew how to kill. Why did these dead spirits only know how to kill? The reason was that they did not have a soul. Only a few dead spirits were able to condense a soul again. However, the condensed soul was only a remnant soul, compared to when he was at his peak. The difference was 100,000 miles. Since the immortal corpse was a dead spirit that was resurrected after death, he naturally matched the characteristics of a dead spirit. The only difference between the immortal corpse and the other dead spirits was that the immortal corpse had refined a portion of his sealed memories. So, the immortal corpse still remembered many of the sacred arts. This was also the reason why the immortal corpse was so powerful. But even so, it could not hide the fact that the immortal corpse's soul was weak. Previously, Lin Feng did not use Lu Ya stargazing map because Lin Feng was worried that the distance was too far. The immortal corpse was on guard. Lu Ya stargazing map could not enter the immortal corpse's mind. But now, Lin Feng was about to be killed by the immortal corpse. The immortal corpse was not on guard at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was so close to the immortal corpse. At this moment, it was the best opportunity for Lin Feng to counterattack. Lu Ya stargazing map quickly flew into the immortal corpse's mind. In the next moment, the immortal corpse let out an incomparably mournful scream. The claw that was originally slapping towards Lin Feng was quickly retracted and changed to slapping his own head. Good chance! A sinister grin appeared on Lin Feng's pale face. He struck out with all his might towards the immortal corpse's neck. Lin Feng's palm swirled with the power of karma. This palm of his. It was like an indestructible and terrifying blade. Puff! A tearing sound suddenly rang out. The terrifying palm directly chopped off the head of the immortal corpse. Bang! The immortal corpse sent Lin Feng flying with a palm strike. Then he grabbed the head that Lin Feng had beheaded. "Little bastard, just you wait. This time, this immortal was careless, and you took advantage of this opportunity. When this immortal recovers, I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation." The immortal corpse roared with resentment. Then he withdrew the corpse devil kingdom and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng did not chase after the immortal corpse. He was doing his best to recover. The immortal corpse was too powerful. Killing him was as easy as flipping one's hand. But in the end, Lin Feng still found a flaw in the immortal corpse. Only then did Lin Feng defeat the immortal corpse. However, there was an even more terrifying lightning tribulation coming up. Oh my God, the head of the immortal corpse was chopped off by Lin Feng. How did he do it? The powerhouses above the emperor level saw the situation in the distance and couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were full of disbelief. The cultivators below the emperor level couldn't see the situation in the distance clearly, but after they heard the description of the situation by those powerhouses, their expressions suddenly changed. The head of the immortal corpse was chopped off by Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable. Who dared to believe all of this? But all of this was true. It happened right in front of their eyes, even if they didn't want to admit it. However, they had to admit all of this. This kid is not to be eliminated. He will make our sacred war alliance unable to sleep and eat in peace. If he dies in the tribulation, then so be it. If he succeeds in passing the tribulation, we will join forces to kill him. The emperor-level powerhouses of the Sacred War Alliance communicated with each other. They had already decided to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. This battle, it seemed inevitable. Above the ninth heaven, the endless sea of lightning quieted down after the third last lightning tribulation ended. Swish! Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the endless sea of lightning and shone down. This is the second last lightning tribulation. Lin Feng was puzzled. Suddenly, in the beam of light that shone down, an ancient world appeared. That world was boundless and boundless. That world was filled with a kind of desolate aura. That world was like a paradise of death. But that world wasn't the underworld. Wasteland. Some powerhouses of the myriad clans cried out in alarm. They recognized the origin of that world, the mysterious wasteland, the terrifying wasteland. Lin Feng's second last lightning tribulation actually condensed the shadow of the wasteland. The shadow of the wasteland descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the 9 layers of domineering aura and the 3 layers of space imprisonment. He used all of them to resist the suppression of the wasteland world. Bang! A loud sound shook the sky. Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field and 3 layers of space imprisonment. They were actually shattered by the wasteland world in an instant. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically, wanting to avoid the suppression of the wasteland world. However, the wasteland world, it blotted out the sky. Lin Feng couldn't avoid it at all. Bang! 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 In the distance, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. One by one, the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation directly exploded. The pressure emitted from the wasteland world was too terrifying. Even though those who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation were extremely far away from Lin Feng. However, the terrifying pressure from the wasteland world still killed a large number of cultivators. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! Many people roared in shock and quickly retreated in an extremely sorry state. After retreating dozens of miles, the suffocating pressure dissipated. Too terrifying, too terrifying. many cultivators still had lingering fears. He's dead. Lin Feng is dead. Then, many cultivators of the myriad clans had fierce expressions on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Terrifying pressure. It filled the air. It enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng was locked down by the wasteland world and couldn't escape the suppression of the wasteland world. Crack, crack. Even a body as strong as his was actually starting to crack. His body was like a piece of porcelain. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface. Blood. It flowed out from the dense cracks. For Lin Feng, the current situation, it was extremely bad. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Death Substitution technique, but it had lost its effect at this moment and couldn't get rid of the wasteland world at all. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Fate technique. The wasteland world technique sensed something. It directly imprisoned Lin Feng's magic power. The penultimate lightning tribulation was simply despairing. Rumble, rumble. The wasteland world crushed the void and quickly suppressed Lin Feng. Chapter 3666. The situation. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was facing a life and death situation. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng is definitely going to die. He's finally going to die. He's finally going to die. This is great. Lin Feng's death is equivalent to getting rid of a big problem for our Sacred War Alliance. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance were all excited. In their view, Lin Feng was bound to die this time. And now, Lin Feng was indeed in huge trouble. The attack from the wasteland world could be described as devastating. Facing the wasteland world, Lin Feng really had no power to resist. A feeling of despair enveloped his whole body. Lin Feng felt that death was so close, just as the wasteland world was about to suppress Lin Feng. At this time, an illusory figure appeared behind Lin Feng. Immeasurable deity. The illusory figure held a horsetail whisk. He chanted a Taoist name. Suddenly, endless holy light surged out from the illusory figure. Lin Feng turned his head and found that it was a Taoist priest. His figure was very blurry, but as he stood between heaven and earth, his slightly plump body appeared very imposing and extraordinary. This guy, Lin Feng, looked at the Taoist priest in surprise. He was very surprised. He didn't understand why the illusory figure of a Taoist priest appeared. And why did this Taoist priest look a little familiar? The main thing was that Lin Feng couldn't see the Taoist priest's appearance clearly because the Taoist priest's appearance was covered by an invisible force. Lin Feng could only see his silhouette, which was blurry. This Taoist priest's body looked very similar to the immeasurable Taoist's body. The holy light surged out of the Taoist priest's body and rushed to the 9 heavens, illuminating the world. The wasteland world that was originally suppressing Lin Feng stopped in midair at this moment, and the wasteland world was trembling violently. Crack, crack! The wasteland world began to crack. Just like an ant. He had seen the Almighty Sovereign. Lin Feng looked at what was happening in front of him in shock. Who was this Taoist? Only an illusory figure appeared. The wasteland world was already unable to bear it and was about to collapse. This was simply too inconceivable. Anyone who saw the situation in front of them would be shocked. They would find it hard to believe. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. Suddenly, the Taoist priest spoke. Crack, crack. As soon as the Taoist priest finished speaking, the wasteland world could no longer hold on. The wasteland world directly collapsed. At the same time, the Taoist shadow started to become more and more illusory. It seemed like the Taoist was about to dissipate. Lin Feng still didn't know who this Taoist was, saying that he was the immeasurable Taoist. Their physiques were indeed similar. However, The immeasurable Taoist strength seemed to be inferior to his. This guy could shatter the wasteland world. Wasn't this a joke? Furthermore, it was obvious that this Taoist shadow was not created with the help of outsiders. Instead, it manifested itself when he was in danger. This was what Lin Feng was most puzzled about. The Taoist priest said, "Everything in the world has a cause and effect." Of course, this sentence was easy to understand. However, there seemed to be another profound meaning behind it. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there was some karma between him and this Taoist priest? Therefore, this Taoist priest, he had exerted some kind of power on his body, and this power appeared at the critical moment and repelled the wasteland world. However, the key point was, Lin Feng didn't remember knowing such a Taoist master. In fact, he had seen very few Taoists. Other than being more familiar with the immeasurable Taoist, he basically didn't have much interaction with other Taoists. Lin Feng couldn't figure out these reasons in his heart. At this moment, the Taoist priest's shadow completely dissipated. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. This kid is too lucky. I wonder if the next thunder tribulation will be able to destroy him? I'm not surprised that the thunder tribulation can't destroy him. In fact, I hope that he can survive. This kid's luck is monstrous. If we kill him, we can obtain his luck. Moreover, we can obtain his magical powers, magic treasures, and other treasures. If this kid is destroyed by the thunder tribulation, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain these things. Yes, I think so too. Some venerable sovereigns were whispering to each other. Of course, only a small number of venerable sovereigns had this idea. Most of the venerable sovereigns still hoped that Lin Feng would be destroyed by the thunder tribulation, because they felt that Lin Feng's means were too powerful. If the thunder tribulation couldn't destroy Lin Feng, then would they be able to kill Lin Feng if they besieged Lin Feng? Although this group of people was full of confidence. However, there was no guarantee that Lin Feng had some special means to break out of the encirclement. If Lin Feng escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, most of the venerable sovereigns hoped that Lin Feng would be destroyed by the thunder tribulation directly, saving them the trouble of attacking. Lin Feng stood in the void. He was waiting for the last thunder tribulation. Keek, keek. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard gloomy laughter coming from afar. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound, but found nothing. However, that gloomy and cold aura was quickly approaching him. In the distance, a cultivator suddenly turned into human skin. Oh my God, human skin, human skin. He was talking to me just now, and now he's turned into human skin. A cultivator next to the human skin cried out in horror. Many people's gazes were attracted. When they saw the human skin, their expressions changed. The next moment, that cultivator also turned into human skin. What's going on? Many people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Two cultivators silently turned into human skin, one after another. This was too terrifying. And the most important thing was that this happened in front of everyone, but they didn't even know how the other party turned into human skin. Many cultivators quickly retreated, not daring to get close to that area. Meanwhile, in another region, the flowers and trees were quickly withering, as if the power of death was stripping away the lives of all living things. And the dozens of cultivators in that area were aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, those cultivators screamed in horror. They didn't even know what was happening, but their lifespan was almost completely stripped away. They didn't even have the ability to struggle. Because in the next moment after they shouted, "No!" Chapter 36:67. Look over there, what's going on? Flowers, plants, and trees are withering. Cultivators are dying of old age and turning into skeletons. The Grim Reaper is here. It must be the Grim Reaper. The surrounding cultivators were about to go crazy from the torture. First, some people turned into human skin. Then, many people turned into skeletons. This world seemed to be filled with invisible and unknown existences. Those existences were too powerful and terrifying. At this moment, in another area, a chilly wind swept through the world. Then blood rain fell from the sky. In the rain of blood, the cultivators seemed to have gone crazy, crazily hurting their own bodies. Some people dug out their eyeballs. Some people threw their chests open. Then they dug out their hearts. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but show a horrified expression. What the hell happened? No one knew. Why did so many terrifying things happen in this world? The cultivators let out cries of agony. Inside their bodies, they actually grew red hair. It was as if they had been subjected to some terrifying curse. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to stay in that area at all. They were all retreating quickly. A few thousand meters away, another terrifying thing happened. A chilly wind swept through the world. In the sound of the wind, the sound of countless ghosts crying could be vaguely heard. Then, many cultivators' eyes turned blood red. Those cultivators emitted a cold and terrifying aura of death, just like the aura of the underworld. Those terrifying existences seemed to have transformed into terrifying Een spirits. They didn't seem to be living people. They seemed to be Een spirits that walked out of the undead world. Rumble. Outer space. An ancient ship crushed through the void as it flew over. Wherever it passed, the void would crumble. A large number of cultivators died, tragically with the collapsed void. That ancient ship, who knew where it came from, was so terrifying. The ship of curse. Lin Feng stood in the void and saw the ship of curse flying over from afar. He also saw the human skin. It was as if the cultivators had turned into Een spirits, monsters covered in red hair, and those cultivators who were instantly stripped of all their lifespan and turned into skeletons. All the scenes. Lin Feng saw everything. Lin Feng finally knew what his final lightning tribulation was. It was actually a curse, the human skin curse, the curse of the celestial master, Taoist. Death curse, the boat of curses cursed, as well as the curse of turning into a red-furred monster. 5 types of curses appeared at once. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the 5th curse. Originally, these 5 curses had formed a kind of balance with each other. For a very long time, these 5 curses never appeared again. But now, these were the 5 curses. However, they appeared at the same time. Any kind of curse was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, 5 curses had appeared at the same time. Lin Feng knew that the situation was troublesome. With 5 types of curses appearing at the same time, how was he supposed to defend himself? Lin Feng it was unimaginable. It was a way to resist the 5 curses. Little bastard, let's see how you die. Master Martin stood on the boat of curses and looked at Lin Feng with resentment. In the past, he had schemed against Lin Feng, but in the end, he died tragically. As a result, he became a cursed undead on the boat of curses. Master Martin's heart was completely twisted towards Lin Feng. It was filled with endless hatred. Master Martin wanted to kill Lin Feng more or less. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. He had suggested several times to let the captain of the boat of curses deal with Lin Feng. However, the captain of the boat of curses was afraid, so he had not attacked Lin Feng. This made Master Martin extremely depressed. However, Master Martin had already become an undead on the boat of curses, so he naturally did not dare to disobey the captain's orders. Therefore, Master Martin had been waiting. Now, Master Martin finally had this opportunity. Lin Feng looked at Master Martin with a gloomy expression. He did not take Master Martin seriously, although this guy had lived for a long time. But cultivation, it was too weak. It could not withstand a single blow. The one who really made him feel afraid was the captain of the boat of curses. Back then, the mysterious woman in black put the 2 she ancient coin on him. Therefore, even the curse of the 2 she ancient coin was transferred to him. That damn woman finally got rid of the curse. Since then, she had never appeared again. Back then, he was chased by the captain of the boat of curses several times. It was extremely difficult to avoid the pursuit of the captain of the boat of curses every time. Now, it was definitely impossible to avoid the pursuit of the captain of the boat of curses. The curse of the boat of curses was terrifying. The other curses were also extremely terrifying, whether it was the curse of the human skin, the curse of the celestial master Taoist, the curse of death, or the curse of turning into a red-haired monster. Which one? Wouldn't it make people tremble in fear? The 5 curses came. Lin Feng felt that his body was enveloped by the powerful curse power. The 5 curses were afraid of each other before. Therefore, the 5 curses did not make a move. But now, perhaps the 5 curses felt that once Lin Feng broke through, it would be much more difficult to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, the 5 curses would appear at the same time. Kill Lin Feng. The aura of death enveloped his entire body, making Lin Feng almost despair. But Lin Feng was unwilling to die like this. He crazily operated the immortal divine body and the sovereign emperor body. He hoped that a miracle would happen. Under Lin Feng's crazy operation, suddenly a violent fluctuation was transmitted from Lin Feng's body. In Lin Feng's blood, runes actually appeared. Those runes seemed to be sealing runes. Bloodline sealing runes. They had never appeared before. This was the first time. Now, a powerful force was attacking those runes. Runes of fate. Lin Feng was shocked. It must be the runes of fate. Previously, Lin Feng's fate bloodline had once emitted a powerful power of fate to help Lin Feng summon the river of fate. However, Lin Feng's fate bloodline was not able to break Lin Baitian's seal. Back then, Lin Baitian used the runes of fate to seal Lin Feng's fate bloodline. Because the runes of fate and fate bloodline came from the same source, Lin Feng's fate bloodline had never resisted the seal of the runes of fate. Until Lin Feng became stronger and stronger, the fate bloodline was finally unwilling to continue being sealed. Therefore, the fate bloodline began to resist. And at this moment, the runes of fate was under the full impact of Lin Feng's fate bloodline. It finally began to crack. Cracking sounds could be heard. Chapter 36:68. After sensing the specific situation of the destiny bloodline, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. There was always a way out. When despair came, don't give up. Fight back with all your might, and you might be able to create a miracle. Just like Lin Feng now. He saw hope. The power of the sovereign bloodline and immortal bloodline bombarded the destiny runes in the bloodline. The destiny bloodline attacked the destiny runes inside. The power of the sovereign bloodline and immortal bloodline attacked the destiny runes outside. Under the impact of the 3 powers, the destiny runes finally couldn't withstand it. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the sound of explosions, the destiny runes exploded one after another. Those destiny runes were all destroyed. And Lin Feng's destiny bloodline, it finally woke up. Destiny bloodline. In the entire era, there were only 2 people who had it. other than Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian. It was rumored that the destiny bloodline was a bloodline that could only be born from those who inherited the fate of heaven and earth. Those who had the destiny bloodline were destined to become the hope of an era. They would become the true leader of this era. Lin Beitian did have such a sign in the past. At a young age, he dominated the world and was almost invincible. If he hadn't been plotted against, he wouldn't have ended up like before. Now, Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had finally awakened. Lin Feng fully activated his destiny bloodline. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have sensed the location of his father, Lin Beitian. It was an endless desert world. Wind and sand filled the sky. In the desert world, there were originally many trees that were taller than mountains. But now, those towering trees had all withered and died. A black sandstorm swept across the world. A man with disheveled hair was walking alone in the black desert. When the storm blew over, it didn't affect the man at all. He was just like that, step by step, alone, walking in the boundless black desert. There seemed to be no end to it. "Father," Lin Feng muttered to himself. Where was that black desert? How was his father now? Everything. It was like a mystery. It was full of mystery. Perhaps it was because of the blood connection between father and son. As Lin Feng's destiny bloodline broke the seal and awakened bit by bit, Lin Beitian lifted his head and looked into the sky. Boundless holy light surged out from Lin Feng's body. The dazzling holy light dyed heaven and earth in a dazzling color. Whoosh! Lin Feng's destiny bloodline radiated the power of destiny. As for the power of destiny, it was as if it was connected to a powerful force of destiny in a certain space-time. Blood-red light surged out. Amidst the bloody light, a blurry shadow appeared. He was tall and had shoulder-length black hair. He stood between heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he had become the only ruler between heaven and earth. This man, he was too powerful. It was too terrifying. In front of him, everyone was like an ant or a dog. "Father!" Lin Feng's voice trembled. Lin Beitian looked at Lin Feng. His gaze was earnest. Between father and son, their eyes met. Lin Feng saw the encouragement from his father. He was alive. There had to be hope. If he gave up hope, perhaps he was close to death. He was not far away. "Something is wrong. Let's go." The captain of the boat of curse screamed in horror when he saw Lin Beitian. Without thinking, he immediately ordered the boat of curse to change its course. The boat of curse, it had already given birth to its own boat spirit. So when he heard the order from the boat of curse, without thinking, he immediately changed his course and flew into the distance. "Sir, don't go. We are about to kill that little bastard. We can't fail." Grandpa Martin roared loudly. Grandpa Martin only wanted to kill Lin Feng. He didn't want to do anything else. His dream was about to come true. However, in the blink of an eye, his dream was shattered again. This contrast almost drove Grandpa Martin crazy. "Get lost." The captain of the boat of curse looked at Grandpa Martin coldly, and then slapped Grandpa Martin away. Previously, he could use Grandpa Martin, so he treated Grandpa Martin as a distinguished guest. But now he didn't need Grandpa Martin at all. Naturally, he didn't want to hear Grandpa Martin talking nonsense. Grandpa Martin was angry. However, he was only a dead spirit of the boat of curse. He couldn't even compare to the other people on the boat of curse. Grandpa Martin naturally didn't dare to say anything after the boat of curse escaped. Then the human skin curse, the death curse, the celestial master Taoist curse, and the curse that turned people into red-haired monsters. They also left quickly. Lin Beitian. It really scared them. Hold on. Never give up. Evil can't defeat justice. Lin Beitian looked at Lin Feng and said, I will. I will. Lin Feng nodded heavily. He had 1,000 words to say to his father. However, Lin Feng knew he didn't have much time. Now, he could only ask the most important thing. Father, where are you now? Lin Feng asked. He looked at Lin Beitian with an urgent gaze. He wanted to know where his father was. He wanted to find his father. Then he would help his father resolve the demonic seed technique. Together with his father, he would go and rescue his mother. Cultivate well. Live well. Lin Beitian didn't answer Lin Feng. His figure became more and more illusory until it disappeared. Boom! Endless energy poured down from the sea of thunder in the 9th heaven. All of it surged into Lin Feng's body. In Lin Feng's dantian, he was condensing an emperor law. An emperor law was condensing and forming. The 1st heaven of the emperor realm would condense an emperor law. Usually, an emperor law was about as thick as a chopstick. However, the emperor law that Lin Feng condensed was as thick as a tree that needed 5 or 6 people to wrap around. His emperor laws were simply too thick and overbearing. It was simply unbelievable. After the 1st emperor law was successfully condensed, it was followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th emperor law. The densely packed emperor law continued to condense in his body. Lin Feng's cultivation didn't stop after breaking through to the emperor realm. Instead, it continued to break through. 1st heaven of the emperor god realm. 2nd heaven of the emperor god realm. 3rd heaven of the emperor god realm. 4th heaven of the emperor god realm. 5th heaven of the emperor god realm. 6th heaven of the emperor god realm. 7th heaven of the emperor god realm. Lin Feng's realm. He broke through to the 7th heaven of the emperor god realm before stopping. The magic power in Lin Feng's body flowed quickly like a surging river. Brat, it's time for you to die. Right at this moment, more than 10 emperor realm experts soared into the sky and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Chapter 36:69. Seeing the dozen or so emperor realm great emperors surrounding him, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With this breakthrough, his battle prowess had increased by many times. Now, even if he didn't use the ruler's armor, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill an emperor-level master. The great emperors are going to surround and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng just broke through and consumed a lot of energy. Now is the best time to kill him. If we don't kill him now, it will be even more difficult to kill him in the future. More than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters will definitely be able to kill him. When the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance saw more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters besieging Lin Feng, their faces suddenly revealed a sinister smile. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. The Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and some other foreign forces also stood in the distance to watch the show. Naturally, they wouldn't participate in this dispute. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters and sneered. "Ignorant fools, I'll give you a chance to live now. All of you kneel on the ground and swear to be my slaves. Then I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you all today." After Lin Feng said this, the world fell silent. Everybody was stupefied and staring at Lin Feng. Many people even thought that they had misheard. Lin Feng, a cultivator who just broke through to the Emperor realm. He actually dared to make more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters kneel on the ground and swear to be his slaves. Did this guy know what he was saying? At this moment, many people thought that Lin Feng was crazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Otherwise, how could he say what he just said? Saying what he said, He was simply courting death. However, when everyone looked at Lin Feng, they found that Lin Feng was still arrogant. How was he crazy? He was doing it on purpose. Courting death. Courting death. This brat was simply courting death. Just wait and see. The great emperors will not let this brat die so easily. They will definitely think of ways to torture him. That's right. This brat's words completely belittled the great emperors. How could the great emperors let this brat off? This brat is definitely going to be miserable. He definitely won't have a good ending. Many cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't help but discuss. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the eyes of the dozen or so emperor masters flashed with murderous intent. A junior! He actually dared to humiliate them like this. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Brat, I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare you act so arrogantly when you've just broken through to Emperor Realm? Who gave you the guts? An Emperor Master looked coldly at Lin Feng. I can't let this little bastard die too easily. I'm going to slice off his flesh piece by piece. Another Emperor Master said with a hideous smile. The killing intent of the dozen or so Emperor Masters towards Lin Feng was getting stronger and stronger. Attack! The third Emperor Master said. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the bodies of these Emperor Masters. These venerable sovereigns attacked together. They launched an attack on Lin Feng. These people were very cautious. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng with the least cost. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen Emperor Masters, Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He directly used one chi into 3 pure ones. 2 clones appeared. At the same time, powerful divine abilities were displayed one after another. 9 layers of domineering aura. 3 layers of space imprisonment. Flowers bloom with a thought. Sovereign descends. Demons worshipping God painting. Fall of the 3 realms. Life and death art. Black tortoise hunchback tablet painting. True dragon seal. Demon ancestor sacred fist. Ancestor dragon fist. 9 steps of death. Dominating the world. Dominating the judgment. Lin Feng was multitasking, and all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed at the peak of their power. Lin Feng had used the ability of multitasking when dealing with the immortal corpse. However, dealing with immortal corpses, and now were 2 completely different concepts. When dealing with the immortal corpse, Lin Feng was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. And now, he was at the 7th level of the emperor god realm. Other than that, Lin Feng's body, he had successfully broken through to the emperor god realm. His soul had also reached the emperor god realm. The current Lin Feng, he was no longer the same as before. The divine ability attack by multitasking. Its power had long been multiplied by countless times. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent collisions was heard. Lin Feng collided with more than a dozen great emperors. Then, everyone saw the shocking scene. More than a dozen great emperors surrounded Lin Feng. Shouldn't this be a crushing move, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, to be able to get rid of Lin Feng? But the reality was not so. Lin Feng was safe and sound. Instead, more than a dozen great emperors were sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Many cultivators cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A young cultivator who had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. One person, he repelled more than a dozen Emperor realm experts. This was too inconceivable. It was like a story that would only be recorded in myths and legends. However, all of this was real. After repelling more than a dozen great emperors, Lin Feng's body directly leaped up. In midair, his body turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram. That yin-yang Dao diagram instantly arrived in front of a great emperor. Then it charged towards that great emperor. The great emperor, who was locked onto by Lin Feng, suddenly had a change of expression. He felt danger. However, after all, he was an Emperor Realm expert, so his reaction was still extremely fast. This Emperor Realm expert waved his hand. Suddenly, a Milky Way world appeared in front of him. That Milky Way world, it seemed to be very close, but in reality, it was as if it was billions of miles away. This Emperor Realm expert wanted to use the near Milky Way world magic to resolve Lin Feng's attack. However, this Emperor Realm expert was unable to do it. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, especially after he became an emperor. The power of this yin-yang Dao diagram had greatly increased. Puff! When the yin-yang Dao diagram, formed by Lin Feng, slashed on that Milky Way world, that Milky Way world was torn apart by the yin-yang Dao diagram, formed by Lin Feng. The yin-yang Dao diagram immediately arrived in front of that Emperor Realm expert. "My life is over," that Emperor Realm expert cried out in horror. Puff! In the next moment, a tearing sound was heard. Chapter 3670. A venerable emperor was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Between heaven and earth, everything was silent. He was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the Emperor Realm. He actually killed a venerable emperor. Wasn't it too incredible? Was this a fantasy? Was this a myth? Was this a dream? No, all of this was real. Many people felt that they had seen something incredible in their lifetime, but it didn't seem to be as much as today. He really deserves to die. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the bone. Such a person. But the enemy of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't be allowed to live. Or else. Who knew what kind of trouble would happen in the future. But such a great battle wasn't something that anyone could participate in. The cultivators below the Venerable Emperor level could only pray for the Venerable Emperor level cultivators to show some strength, and then kill Lin Feng. Other than that, indeed, they couldn't do much. The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the foreign forces were also stunned. Shocking. It was really too shocking. The battle strength that Lin Feng showed didn't seem like the battle strength that an Emperor God level cultivator should have. He fought against more than a dozen venerable emperors alone and killed one of them in an instant. How did this guy do it? Did he cultivate in his mother's womb? Could he be so powerful? The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance were very happy to see the battle between the two sides. They even prayed. Lin Feng could directly kill the Venerable Emperor level cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. In this way, it would greatly weaken the power of the Sacred War Alliance, because even in the Sacred War Alliance, the Venerable Emperor level cultivators, there were very few of them. The Venerable Emperor level cultivators were all high-level people of the Sacred War Alliance. One less to kill. Actually have such battle strength. The rest of the Venerable Emperor level cultivators looked extremely gloomy. The battle strength that Lin Feng showed was really too strong, and they could clearly feel that their strength was suppressed by Lin Feng. Furthermore, their movements had become extremely difficult. In the void, it was still the original void. However, there seemed to be an additional power that could confine space. It was precisely this kind of spatial confinement power. This greatly reduced their speed. Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram returned to its original form. His expression was indifferent as he attacked for the second time. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the group of Emperor Realm Masters. Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. An Emperor Realm Master shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the venerable sovereigns also began to frantically circulate their magic power. Then, he used a powerful divine ability to attack Lin Feng. The divine abilities of these people gathered together to form a long river of divine abilities. The fluctuations from the winding river were simply too powerful. Everyone turned pale with fright, as expected of the combined attack of more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters. When their attacks were spread out, perhaps it wouldn't reach the level of heaven-defying. When their divine abilities converged together, that was truly too powerful. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance, who were watching from afar, couldn't help but become excited. Such a powerful, winding river. This should be able to kill Lin Feng, right? Even if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, at the very least, they could severely injure Lin Feng. The ideal was beautiful. The reality was cruel. When the opponent's attack was about to hit him, Lin Feng attacked. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Then he threw a punch. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was thrown out, the 3,000 divine ability arrays in Lin Feng's Dantian, all of them were operating, in addition to the divine ability arrays formed by these great divine abilities. The rest of the divine ability arrays formed by various divine abilities were also operating. All the divine abilities were increasing the power of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's body emitted an invincible supreme aura between heaven and earth, all the worlds in the universe, endless time and space. Lin Feng was the absolute supreme. Who dared to disobey? Bang! When Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist landed on the divine ability winding river made by more than a dozen Emperor-level experts, a thunderous sound was heard. Tyrannical energy, like a flash flood, it was recklessly unleashed, surging, shattering the void, collapsing the sky. The divine ability winding river, which was like a giant dragon and contained endless violent power, was broken by Lin Feng's punch just like that. Oh my God, at this moment, everyone was exclaiming in surprise. Are you sure you're not daydreaming? Come, give me a punch and try. Someone said to his companions that he was right. Bang! His companion threw a punch over without hesitation, and it hit the other party's nose. The hit rate was really high. The nose was broken. Blood flowed out. Damn it! You're so ruthless. Did you do it on purpose? I'll kill you. The cultivator who was beaten was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage and directly pounced forward. There were more than one cases of friends being killed with one punch. Impossible. More than a dozen Emperor-level experts couldn't accept it and roared. They had been famous for a long time. Their realms were profound. Unexpectedly, losing to a young cultivator like Lin Feng was a huge blow to their morale. No matter how strong their psychological endurance was, they couldn't bear such a blow. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He quickly rushed to the second Emperor-level expert and arrived in front of him in an instant. Then, he performed the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. I'll fight you to the death. The second Emperor-level expert roared. His face was ferocious, and he wanted to fight back before he died. Bang! The two sides collided. The Emperor-level expert's body directly exploded. He was no match for Lin Feng at all. He was directly killed by Lin Feng. Strong. Too strong. The remaining Emperor-level experts were scared out of their wits. Run. There was only one thought left in everyone's mind. In their opinion, Lin Feng was like a devil. It was really too scary. Their hearts trembled. They didn't dare to continue to fight with Lin Feng. That was because it was a dead end. They didn't want to die. So, they chose to run away, under the watchful eyes of everyone. More than a dozen emperor-level experts were scared into fleeing by a young cultivator who had just broken through to the great emperor realm. It was really embarrassing. Who knew how many people would criticize them in the future? However, it was better than dying, right? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly chased after them. Puff, puff, puff. A tearing sound was heard. One emperor-level expert, after another, was killed by Lin Feng. However, it was a pity that Lin Feng couldn't kill all the emperor-level experts. After all, these emperor-level experts fled in different directions. It was really difficult for Lin Feng to kill them all by himself. In the end, 4 or 5 of them escaped. The rest of the emperor-level experts were all killed by Lin Feng. That's too cruel. Is he really a cultivator who had just broken through to the great emperor realm? He's just like the Grim Reaper from hell. Every cultivator had a look of disbelief on their faces. Lin Feng's combat strength deeply shocked everyone's heart. Lin Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. After feeling Lin Feng's gaze, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Lin Feng. This was a kind of mental oppression. In front of Lin Feng, they felt like ants. Chapter 36:71. After Lin Feng left, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion. He needed to consolidate his realm, and he had just obtained some emperor origin. It was just right to refine it, to increase his cultivation. Lin Feng did not leave the withered forest. He directly found a cave in the withered forest. Then he sealed the cave. Then Lin Feng entered the time and space. Time passed. In the time and space. 5 years. It was fleeting. And in the outside world, a year had passed. This time, he went into seclusion. It showed that he had completely consolidated his cultivation. At the same time, this time, he went into seclusion. After Lin Feng refined the emperor law, his cultivation increased to the 8th heaven of the emperor god realm. His accumulation was really too powerful, so it was really too difficult to increase one level now. The results of this seclusion, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Lin Feng planned to go directly to the undying realm after coming out of seclusion. Now that his cultivation had increased, Lin Feng wanted to enter the undying realm. He was already looking forward to it. He needed to enter the undying realm to explore the place where his mother was suppressed. He also needed to go to the undying realm to find the Lin clansmen. Coming out of the cave, Lin Feng flew into the distance. Suddenly, an immortal crane flew over and circled above. The immortal crane let out a cry from time to time. Lin Feng was surprised. The immortal crane seemed to have come for him. Lin Feng stopped. The immortal crane swooped down. Only then did Lin Feng see that there was a jade tube tied to the immortal crane's neck. Lin Feng took off the jade tube. The immortal crane's body immediately turned into a paper crane and then spontaneously combusted. The female giant god had used this method of communication a few times in the past, but later, the female giant god never sent another message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was once very worried about the safety of the female giant god. Lin Feng guessed. The jade tube should have been sent by the giant goddess as well. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the jade tube. Immediately, light flickered. Lin Feng's divine saw a person. The Empress. It was actually the Empress. It wasn't the female giant goddess. Lin Feng hadn't seen the Empress for a long time, ever since the Empress left. Lin Feng even lost contact with the Empress. The Empress. He had not made any contact with Lin Feng either. Some time ago, she saw the Empress's clansman, Granny Ghost. Lin Feng told Granny Ghost about the Empress. Presumably, Granny Ghost had gone to look for the Empress. However, did he manage to find the Empress? I have already entered the undying realm. Before I entered the Undying Realm, I saw the Undying Realm's army sealing off several entrances to the Undying Realm. Moreover, they have joined forces with many powerful forces in the universe to search for young masters' whereabouts. Among them, there are experts of the Emperor Realm. Young master, you must remember, before you have the ability to protect yourself, don't come to the Undying Realm and take risks. Immediately after, the Empress's figure dissipated, the jade tube shattered. The experts of the Undying Realm sealed off the void to search for me? Could it be someone from the heavenly court, Di Wudao's men? Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. When he was transcending the tribulation, Di Wudao's phantom appeared. Di Wudao was too powerful. He had become someone else's lightning tribulation. Perhaps Di Wudao could sense this. If Di Wudao sensed it, Di Wudao would indeed set up an inescapable net and wait for him to enter. Di Wudao controlled 9 stone swords. He was also someone with heaven-defying luck. He was also a cultivator of the celestial race with an extremely powerful bloodline. And he was the son of the celestial emperor. The resources that he could obtain, it was also unimaginable. In the past, Di Wudao could even fight with his father for dozens of rounds without being defeated. From this, one could see how terrifying Di Wudao was. And an existence like Di Wudao, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. So many years had passed. What level of existence had he become? Lin Feng could roughly guess Di Wudao's current combat strength. Therefore, facing an expert like Di Wudao, Lin Feng still needed to continue accumulating his cultivation. Perhaps break through to the emperor level, or even cultivate to an even more powerful level. Only then could he challenge Di Wudao. Undying world! Undying world! Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Di Wudao had set up an inescapable net, waiting for him to enter. From the looks of it, the plan to head to the undying world should be put on hold for now. I have to quickly increase my strength, although I'm already a god emperor-level cultivator. However, compared to those behemoths in the undying world, I'm still too far away. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng knew that the current him was no longer the same as before. In the starry sky world, he was also an overlord-level existence. However, Lin Feng was also clear. He couldn't be complacent, not to mention fighting against those top forces in the undying world, even the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng knew that with his current combat strength, he couldn't contend against them. On the surface, the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance might not have any emperor-level experts. However, those royal families' foundation was extremely powerful. Who knew? What was their foundation? Heavenly Sage Great World. It was a place to hone his cultivation. And Lin Feng felt that. The grudge between him and the Heavenly Sage Great World. It wasn't over yet. Withered Silence City. Withered Silence State's main city. It was the territory of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. Lin Feng arrived at Withered Silence City. Withered Silence City was very lively, with people coming and going. In the city, there were many experts. Roar. A low roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a group of flaming dragon tiger beasts galloped in the void. On the back of the leading flaming dragon tiger beast, a young female cultivator sat cross-legged. Lian Yinshang, the #1 genius of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. After seeing that woman, many cultivators immediately exclaimed. Lian Yinshang was definitely a peerless genius that was hard to come by even in several great eras. It was rumored that when Lian Yinshang was born, she was accompanied by 7 immortal lights. She was simply stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. 3,000 years ago, Lien Yinshang was lucky enough to enter the myriad tribe's sacred palace to cultivate. Now that 3,000 years have passed, she has walked out of the myriad tribe's sacred palace. A cultivator said, after hearing the words myriad tribes, sacred palace, many cultivators of the myriad tribes revealed expressions of fascination. Myriad tribes, sacred palace. Where is this place? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. You don't even know about the myriad tribes' sacred palace? Immediately, the surrounding people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Myriad tribes' sacred palace. That was a place that countless people of the myriad tribes dreamed of entering. There was actually someone who did not know about the myriad tribes' sacred palace. How ignorant and ill-informed. I'm from the outer realm, so I don't know much about it. Please enlighten me. Lin Feng said, the myriad tribes' sacred palace is one of the sacred grounds of the myriad tribes. It was forged by the 3 saints of the myriad tribes in the past. Who are the 3 saints of the myriad tribes? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Damn, you don't even know about the 3 saints of the myriad tribes? Even alien cultivators should know about the 3 sages of the myriad races, right? Chapter 3672. Brat, which corner of the starry sky world did you come from? Immediately, a myriad race cultivator mocked him. Lin Feng was a human. These myriad race cultivators looked down on humans to begin with. Therefore, they looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with those small fries. His gaze. He was still looking at the myriad race cultivator beside him. That myriad race cultivator cleared his throat. He decided to show off in front of everyone. He liked the feeling of pointing at the world because he felt that this was really cool. In the immortal era, the order of cultivation was rebuilt. That was an era when the world of cultivators went from being weak to being prosperous again, and the myriad races had 3 peerless powerhouses who rose up. They were the 3 saints of the myriad races. These 3 peerless powerhouses were unparalleled and invincible. They dominated the myriad worlds and were invincible. This myriad race cultivator reached an exciting part and was in high spirits. Lin Feng said, wasn't the only sovereign of the immortal era the Lord of Gods? Countless forces, countless races, they are all nothing more than the subjects of the Master of Gods. This myriad race cultivator coughed dryly twice, then glared at Lin Feng and said, what Lord of Gods? This is just a character in myths and legends. If there really is a character like the Lord of Gods, then he should have a very powerful family, right? He should have descendants, right? But does he have any? He doesn't. That's why. The Lord of Gods is simply a fiction. That's right. The Lord of Gods is just a character in myths and legends. Brat, don't take myths and legends for real. Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng was silent. After the collapse of the pre-celestial era, the order of the cultivator's world was reconstructed. The Lord of Gods who reconstructed the cultivation system. He had actually become a fleeting figure. It really made people sigh with emotion. Lin Feng really wanted to say, he had descendants. The descendants of the Lord of Gods were standing in front of you bastards. But Lin Feng, in the end, he held back. He did not say these words because there was no need to argue with these people. What is the current responsibility of the myriad races' divine temple? Lin Feng asked. Legacy, the myriad races cultivator said with a fascinated expression. What kind of legacy? Lin Feng asked. It said, that place. Not only did he possess all kinds of 3,000 great daos, most importantly, that place has many heaven-defying abilities that have been lost. The myriad races cultivator said, a lost, heaven-defying divine ability? Lin Feng was surprised. 3,000 great Daos. It was the foundation of achieving the Tao. The 3,000 great Daos were naturally extremely important to cultivators. However, to be honest, among the 3,000 great Daos, apart from the great Daos that were ranked at the top, the offensive power of those great Daos was stronger. The other 3,000 great Dao had average attack power, a true offensive divine ability. Furthermore, it was a top-notch inheritance like a thought flower blooms, sovereign descends to the world. Once a cultivator became an immortal emperor, their great Tao foundation would be set. At that time, there would not be much need for the 3,000 great Daos. And at this moment, he needed to cultivate more offensive divine arts to increase his combat strength. After hearing Lin Feng's question, the Myriad Races cultivator said, It's the legacy of some top experts of the innate life form era. In the past, the 3 sacred ancestors went to many places and collected those top inheritances. The immortal technique level attack techniques are only the most ordinary. Lin Feng was shocked. The Myriad Races divine temple, it was actually so heaven-defying. What a good place. Now, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to ransack the Myriad Races divine temple. Of course, Lin Feng knew this was not an easy task. The Myriad Races divine temple was one of the sacred grounds of the Myriad Races. There must be many terrifying existences guarding it. The Myriad Races cultivator continued. The Myriad Races divine temple appeared 3,000 years ago. The Sacred War Alliance, the Immortal Alliance, and the Demon Alliance discussed and let the young experts hold a competition. The top 100 geniuses are qualified to enter the Myriad Races divine temple to cultivate for a maximum of 3,000 years. If they withdraw midway, they will not be able to enter again. Every cultivator of the Myriad Races only has one chance to enter the Myriad Races divine temple in their lives. But it's really too difficult to seize this opportunity, because the cultivators who participate in the battle are all top young experts of the major forces with a lifespan of less than 30,000 years. It's easier said than done to stand out among so many experts. So, once qualified to enter, basically no one will come out early who would give up the opportunity to cultivate inside. Moreover, every time you cultivate a powerful divine ability, your combat strength will increase by a large margin. Now that 3,000 years have passed, it seems that a new round of competition will begin soon. Stop talking, I'm so depressed. The surrounding Myriad Races cultivators said gloomily. They didn't even have the chance to participate in this competition, because the cultivators who could participate in the competition were all powerful. Moreover, they needed to bring a recommendation token. Only then could they register. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. This Myriad Races divine temple was really tempting. Could he go in and get a few powerful divine abilities to cultivate? Now that Lin Feng had cultivated all 3,000 great Daos, his great Dao foundation was extremely strong. However, Lin Feng felt that he had cultivated too few top-tier divine abilities. Many of the divine abilities that he had cultivated in the past were no longer useful. It was time. He should cultivate a few more top-tier divine abilities. But that was the Myriad Races divine temple. He didn't seem to be able to enter. Perhaps he could go to the Immortal Gods Alliance to take a look, because there were 3 human experts in the Immortal Gods Alliance. They were the big shots in the Immortal Gods Alliance. With their help, he might be able to participate in that competition. At this moment, a group of people riding on flaming dragon lions passed by where Lin Feng and the others were standing. Lian Yunshang, this woman, she was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her sexy and voluptuous body. This woman had flaming red lips. She was really a stunner. She had a powerful cultivation, and was born in the Myriad Races Divine Temple. She had even entered the Myriad Races Divine Temple to cultivate. This woman was probably a goddess in the hearts of countless people in the Myriad Races. However, this woman did indeed have the aura of a goddess. Lin Feng quickly left. He planned to find a place to stay first. In the crowd, a pair of venomous eyes stared at the departing Lin Feng. "Little bastard, just you wait. Very soon, you'll die a horrible death." He 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 he. The owner of the pair of venomous eyes laughed eerily, like the laughter of a malicious spirit. That person was very scary. He had been following Lin Feng. However, Chapter 3673. Lin Feng found a place to stay for the time being. Then he planned to inquire about the various things that happened during this period of time. Lin Feng came to the Bai Shao Pavilion to inquire about the news. First, it was about the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. It was said that the two alliances were planning to deal with the Sacred War Alliance together. This made the higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance very anxious. In addition to the alliance between the two alliances, there was also the arrest warrant issued by the Sacred War Alliance. There were two arrest warrants. The first arrest warrant was for Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist's bounty was 300 million immortal stones. Immortal stones here referred to ordinary immortal stones that could be exchanged for high-grade immortal stones. The second arrest warrant was for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's bounty was a shocking 700 million immortal stones. This was also the highest bounty in the history of the Sacred War Alliance. Obviously, the people of the Sacred War Alliance were very afraid of Lin Feng. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. Lin Feng's existence made many forces of the Sacred War Alliance very afraid. However, after searching for Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist for a period of time, no one was able to find their whereabouts. In addition, the news of the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance spread. Therefore, now, everyone's attention was on the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. The number of cultivators paying attention to Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist also decreased by a lot. The Alliance army of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance constantly had conflicts with the Sacred War Alliance. The two sides had already fought several times. Many people were paying attention to the tense situation in the Heavenly Sage Great World. There were rumors. It was the three human experts of the Immortal God Alliance who led this alliance. The three human experts of the Immortal God Alliance hated the 10,000 races of the Sacred War Alliance. They had always been the pro-war faction, and the three of them were high scepters. They had a strong right to speak. There was news. It was said that the Sacred War Alliance sent experts to assassinate the three human experts of the Immortal God Alliance. As long as they could kill the three human experts of the Immortal God Alliance, then the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance would collapse. At that time, the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance would no longer pose such a big threat to the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng found out a lot of information. He was still in the area ruled by the Holy War Alliance. Lin Feng planned to head to the region ruled by the Immortal God Alliance. Of course, he could also observe the situation for a while before making a decision. Lin Feng wanted to go to the Celestial Gods Alliance because of the three strong cultivators from the Celestial Gods Alliance. Lin Feng wanted to borrow the other party's power to enter the Myriad Race's sacred grounds to learn top-notch offensive divine abilities. But the key point was that Lin Feng didn't know much about those three human experts, although they were all humans. But he was a cultivator of 9 regions, and the other party was not a cultivator of 9 regions. There was no knowing what was in a person's heart. When he was outside, he had to be on guard. What should he do next? Lin Feng planned to think about it over the next few days. After Lin Feng came out of the all-seeing pavilion, he walked towards the black market. After arriving at the Withered City, Lin Feng had heard that the black market in Withered Silent City was one of the most famous black markets in the heavenly sage great world. On this trip, naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything he needed in the black market. Now, Lin Feng was in a hurry to obtain some precious insect materials. First of all, he had to nurture the Emperor Archaic. The insect materials of the primordial ancestral insect were almost used up. It was time to replenish. Secondly, Lin Feng needed to buy insect materials to nurture the primordial demon refining insect queen. The primordial demon refining insects that Lin Feng had nurtured were all killed by the immortal corpse. Now, he needed to nurture them again. Finally, Lin Feng needed to find insect materials to nurture the celestial devouring insect queen. He hoped that the celestial devouring insect queen could also lay eggs soon. But these insect materials were extremely precious. The most important thing was that these insect materials were extremely rare. As for the little dragon, Lin Feng was rather relieved. Ever since this little guy was born, it got along well with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Moreover, this little guy also ate all kinds of spirit essences with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit to satisfy its hunger. The three little guys had extremely crafty appetites. They didn't even smell spirit essences that were less than 500,000 years old. Many of Lin Feng's million-year-old spirit herbs, and spirit fruits were ruined by the three little guys. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. These things would be of great use to the growth of the three little guys. Since they wanted to eat, he couldn't stop them from eating, right? The black street of Withered Silent City was very lively. There were many stalls on both sides of the street. There were also shops at the back. Most of the things on those stalls were worthless, but there was no lack of good things. This required a cultivator's eyesight. There was a huge commotion in front. Many people were alarmed and surrounded it. Lin Feng also walked over and found that more than a dozen cultivators had surrounded a Taoist priest stall. They directly smashed all the things on the Taoist priest stall into pieces. "What are you doing?" The Taoist priest was quite old, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. But now, the morale of this group of cultivators was not low. This was because he had just set up his stall. His stall was smashed by someone else. Who would have encountered such a terrible thing? They would be in a bad mood. If it wasn't for your age, I would have slapped you. I hate immoral Taoists, like you the most. The leader of the cultivators said fiercely. This was an expert of the three-eyed ox demon. He had a typical temper. He was quite fiery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something like smashing someone's stall. "You're going too far." The old Taoist priest was so angry that his face turned ashen. "Damn it! Why didn't Taoist Wu Liang say that when he dug up my ancestors' grave? You're all Taoists. I think you're in cahoots." The three-eyed ox demon said fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but slap his head. It seemed that this old Taoist priest was implicated by Taoist Wu Liang. The three-eyed ox demon immediately thought that this old Taoist priest was in cahoots with Taoist Wu Liang. He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. What Taoist Wu Liang? I don't know this person at all. The old Taoist priest was speechless. "Hurry up and get out of Witherness City. Otherwise, this Lord Ox will beat you until half your body is paralyzed. You believe me?" The three-eyed ox demon waved his fist and threatened. The old Taoist priest said, "Everything is about reason. You think I'm afraid of you when you're making trouble without reason? You have to compensate me for my losses. Damn, this old Taoist priest is really lost. His life is more important at this time. Why does he want compensation? Lin Feng was speechless. You still dare to ask for compensation? I'll beat you until your peach blossoms bloom. The three-eyed ox demon heard that the old Taoist wanted compensation. His temper immediately flared up. Chapter 3674. The huge fist was about to hit the old Taoist. At this moment, crack! A palm reached out. He grabbed the fist. The person who attacked. It was Lin Feng. Although this old Taoist looked rather pedantic. However, the old Taoist was innocent. He was implicated by immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng naturally had to help immeasurable Taoist take care of these matters. After all, he was immeasurable Taoist's good friend. Kid, did you eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall? You even dare to interfere in my matters? The three-eyed bull demon looked at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes were the size of copper bells. His eyes were wide open as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng. Who is this kid? He actually dares to meddle in other people's business? Is he tired of living? He seems to be a human cultivator. Is he from the outer realm? Or is he a human cultivator from the Immortal God Alliance? Who cares where he's from? This is the territory ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Here, even if the three human supremes of the Immortal God Alliance came, they would have to tuck their tails between their legs. Many cultivators of the myriad races immediately began to discuss. They were very arrogant. They didn't take a young human cultivator like Lin Feng seriously at all. These people didn't recognize Lin Feng's true identity. This was because when Lin Feng was transcending the tribulation, he was transcending the tribulation in the lonely ancient forest. That place, ordinary people didn't dare to go there. The cultivators of the lonely ancient state who went to watch Lin Feng transcend the tribulation. They were too far away from Lin Feng and couldn't see what Lin Feng looked like. As for Lin Feng's portrait, it couldn't be spread. This was because Lin Feng's providence was monstrous. In the unseen world, a powerful providence was protecting Lin Feng. If someone wanted to spread Lin Feng's portrait, those portraits would quickly combust. Actually, it wasn't just Lin Feng. This kind of thing would happen to many cultivators with powerful providence. For example, Gong Ye, powerful providence. If others wanted to spread Gong Xinye's portrait, it would be detrimental to Gong Xinye. Those portraits would also spontaneously combust. This was also the reason why it was not easy for experts to be wanted in the world of cultivators. It was impossible to draw a portrait. Comparatively speaking, it was much more difficult. Therefore, if one wanted to find the whereabouts of these people, they would often need some supreme treasures. For example, a treasure like the heavenly cycle mirror could explore the heavenly cycle. When Lin Feng appeared within a certain range, he could sense Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, such a treasure was not something that an ordinary power could possess. Lin Feng looked at the three-eyed ox demon cultivator and said, "Since you've destroyed someone else's belongings, you should pay up. Take out 1,000 immortal stones as compensation, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll cripple your arm." "Go to hell!" the three-eyed demonic ox roared furiously. The other fist also smashed towards Lin Feng. However, he had just punched out. Lin Feng suddenly tightened his grip on the three-eyed ox demon's fist. A heart-wrenching pain immediately engulfed his entire body. The three-eyed ox demon couldn't help but cry out miserably. He even thought that his bones would be instantly broken by Lin Feng. The fist that was originally smashing towards Lin Feng was also quickly pulled back. "It hurts! It hurts! Hurry up and let go of me!" The three-eyed ox demon shouted loudly, "Take out the immortal stones!" Lin Feng said indifferently, Take out your sister. All of you, attack. Cripple this little bastard." The three-eyed ox demon roared in exasperation. Several cultivators beside the three-eyed ox demon ferociously pounced towards Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng coldly looked at them. When his eyes met Lin Feng's expression changed. Those cultivators, their faces became as pale as paper. Thump, thump. One by one, they actually knelt on the ground. Lin Feng didn't release any pressure on them. However, an expert like Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of pressure. It was enough to make these ordinary cultivators unbearable. So, these cultivators, they directly collapsed. What's going on? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. The fight hadn't even started yet. Kneeling to the other party first. Could this be a new duel ritual? But obviously not at all. Although this human cultivator is young, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. A cultivator from the myriad races said. Many people agreed with what the cultivator from the myriad races said. They also felt that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although Lin Feng looked really harmless, he looked like a big brother next door. But what kind of person was Lin Feng in reality? One couldn't just look at his appearance. The three-eyed ox demon also felt that things weren't going well. His heart couldn't help but sink slightly. He said, "All right, I'll give it to you, but you have to let me go first." Lin Feng let go of the three-eyed ox demon cultivator. He wasn't afraid that he would play any tricks. If he dared to play any tricks, when the time came, he would break all four of his legs. Shwa! The three-eyed ox demon cultivator took out 1,000 immortal stones and handed them to Lin Feng. Looking at these immortal stones, the corner of his mouth twitched violently a few times. Immortal stones were precious. After so many years, he had only saved up a little more than 3,000. Now, he spat out 1,000 immortal stones at once. 1/3 of his wealth. He was about to vomit blood. "Let's go." The three-eyed ox demon cultivator left with his subordinates in a hurry. Continue to stay here. It was too embarrassing. Retreat first. Find an opportunity to take revenge and wash away his previous shame. Wasn't there a saying that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? If he was a man, he had to be able to pick up and let go. Moreover, he didn't need 10 years to take revenge. The three-eyed ox demon cultivator comforted himself like this. His heart finally felt a little better. Taoist priest, the immortal stones are all compensation for you. Lin Feng handed all the immortal stones to the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest said, "There's no need for so many. 10 is enough." Lin Feng didn't care about these immortal stones. He felt that the old Taoist priest was implicated by immeasurable Taoist. The extra immortal stones. Just take it as compensation. Lin Feng said, "When you go out with immortal stones, you will have more confidence." Before those three-eyed ox demons come to find trouble, Taoist priest, quickly leave. "Thank you, benefactor. Good people will be rewarded," the old Taoist priest said, and kept the immortal stones. After hesitating for a while, the old Taoist priest wanted to say something, but stopped. "Taoist priest, do you have anything else to say?" Lin Feng asked. "To thank you for your great kindness, I have divined for you. If you are in danger in the future, you can open this brocade pouch." The old Taoist priest took out a brocade pouch and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This old Taoist priest's cultivation was so weak. How good could his divination skills be? He actually divined for him and even left behind such a brocade pouch. Perhaps this old Taoist priest's divination skills were inferior to his, although he couldn't be considered particularly proficient in divination skills. Fortunately, he had obtained the inheritance of Fushi's Khanate 8 trigrams. Chapter 3675. Lin Feng did not refuse the old Taoist. He accepted the brocade pouch. It was not because he trusted the old Taoist's ability, but because he hoped that the old Taoist would leave as soon as possible. If he did not accept it, it was inevitable that they would be entangled again. Take care, benefactor. See you again, if we are fated, the old Taoist said. Then he left. Lin Feng put the pouch into the mountain and river ring. Then he continued to walk into the black market. Lin Feng would sometimes stop at some small stalls. Then he would see if there was anything good. Maybe there was a treasure covered in dust. But if he wanted to find a dusty treasure from these small stalls, it was really not an easy task. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a shop. The name of this shop was There is a Shop. This name was really strange. There was also a couplet in the shop. The left couplet read, "The past is billions of years old." The right couplet read, "All the treasures in the world belong to me." The horizontal scroll read, "Everything you need." After seeing this couplet and the horizontal scroll, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The content of this couplet was too good at bragging. Lin Feng walked towards the shop. In the shop, it was quite lively. People came and went. There were few people buying things and many people watching the show. After all, anyone who saw such a bragging couplet and horizontal scroll, they could not help but come in to see if the shop was really like what the couplet and horizontal scroll said. All the treasures in the world were here. This was a 3-story shop. The first floor was divided into counters. The counters were made of crystal and transparent. There were all kinds of items inside. Behind the counters were shelves of items. There was also a dazzling lineup of goods on them. The things here were more complicated. There were all kinds of secret manuals on arrays, cultivation manuals, and so on. There were also all kinds of formation materials. There were also forging materials, all kinds of items. It was simply everything. But these items, it couldn't attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng noticed that a group of people were heading to the second floor. He walked up to the second floor as well. The entrance to the second floor was guarded by 2 guards. It seemed that not everyone was qualified to enter. "Young master, please wait. The second floor is only for VIPs." A guard said. Lin Feng slightly released his aura. The 2 guards immediately sensed something. They were as weak as ants. And this young master in front of him, he was like a high and mighty god. "Please forgive us, young master." The 2 guards hurriedly said, "Who would dare to offend someone like Lin Feng? Are you qualified to go up now?" Lin Feng asked indifferently, "Please," the 2 guards hurriedly said. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng went up the stairs. They went up to the second floor. The second floor was similar to the first floor. There were many things placed there. However, there were far fewer people on the second floor. Of course, there was one difference between the second floor and the first floor. That was, there were many young girls on the second floor. They were all wearing the same clothes. They should be the salespeople here. They were fat and thin. They were all different. "Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat, eat, eat." Just as they arrived at the second floor, Xiaolong sent out a telepathic message. This little guy seemed to be extremely excited. It was as if, on the second floor, there was something. It seemed to be attracting the little guy. "Did you find something?" Lin Feng sent a telepathic message to Xiaolong. "Dragon Core. Dragon Core. It's on the 3rd floor." Xiaolong shouted, excitedly, wanting to rush out of the time and space. Lin Feng was shocked. It was a treasure like the Dragon Core that attracted Xiaolong. This shocked him greatly. Xiaolong was too extraordinary. Once it rushed out, Lin Feng was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble. So he comforted Xiaolong. He asked him to wait for a while. Very soon, he would buy the dragon core for him. Only then did the little guy quiet down. Lin Feng walked straight to the third floor. There were also guards on the third floor. Seeing Lin Feng walking over, the guard said, "Young master, anyone who wants to go up to the third floor needs a token." "Token? I don't have one, but I do have immortal stones." Lin Feng flicked his finger. 2 balls of light flew out. The 2 cultivators hurriedly kept them. They sensed it. They found that there were 100 immortal stones inside. They were instantly ecstatic. They looked around, worried that others would notice them. They found that no one had noticed them. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. "Young master, please," the 2 guards said respectfully. Lin Feng was a little emotional. Money really made the world go round. These races usually thought highly of themselves. But in front of immortal stones, weren't they all like grandchildren? Lin Feng walked towards the third floor. When he arrived at the third floor, Lin Feng found that there weren't many people here. There were more than a dozen salespeople. There were only 5 or 6 customers. There were more salespeople than customers. It seemed that they wanted to come up. It was indeed not easy. "Eat, eat, eat." Xiaolong cried out excitedly, jumping in time and space. He danced with joy and excitement. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit looked at Xiaolong as if they were looking at a fool, looking at their disdainful gazes. It was as if they were saying that this guy was too ignorant. It was just an item. Was there a need to be so excited? "Where is it?" Lin Feng asked. "There's a black stone in the third counter on the left. The dragon core is wrapped in the black stone," Xiaolong said. Lin Feng nodded. Then he walked towards the counter. He came to the counter. Sure enough, he saw a black stone. Purgatory demon stone. A demon stone from hell worth 80,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. The price of this purgatory demon stone was really high. It was just a fist-sized demon stone. It was actually worth 80,000 immortal stones. One had to know, before breaking through to the great emperor realm, Lin Feng used a lot of immortal stones. After absorbing the energy in the immortal stones, Lin Feng only had a little more than 1,000,000 immortal stones left. Even for an emperor realm expert, it was extremely difficult to accumulate more than 100,000 immortal stones. "Young master, how may I help you?" A sweet-looking saleswoman walked over. "I want this purgatory demon stone." Lin Feng said, "Okay, please wait a moment. Young master, I'll take it out for you." The saleswoman said. She took out the purgatory demon stone. Then she placed it in a crystal container for Lin Feng to examine carefully. If there were no problems, both sides could make a deal. Xiaolong was flying around in time and space, and he couldn't wait to break the purgatory demon stone. Then he took out the dragon core in the purgatory demon stone and refined it. Lin Feng only took a few glances, because his goal wasn't the purgatory demon stone, but the dragon core inside. Lin Feng was about to take out the immortal stones to make the deal. At this moment, a voice sounded. Chapter 3676. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He noticed it was a beautiful woman who spoke. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She was voluptuous and sexy. She had flaming red lips. She was a stunner. How charming. Why does she look familiar? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Soon, Lin Feng remembered who the woman was. Wasn't she Lian Yinshang, the number 1 genius of the Crimson Demonic Snake clan? Usually, there were very few women who could become the number 1 genius of the Myriad Clan's royal clan. Lian Yinshang was an exception. This woman Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but she was also terrifying. She wasn't someone ordinary people could provoke. In addition to Lien Yunshang, there were more than a dozen young masters following her. Although Lien Yunshang had just returned to the Crimson Demonic Snake clan, it had already caused a sensation. Before Lien Yunshang returned, the news that she was about to come out of seclusion in the Myriad Clan's divine palace and return to her clan had already spread. Therefore, many sky prides came to Witherness City to meet Lien Yunshang. Some wanted to ask Lien Yunshang about the Myriad Clan's divine palace. After all, only the first batch of people from the Myriad Clan's divine palace, a mere 100 people, had entered, and it had happened 3,000 years ago. Everyone was curious about the situation in the Myriad Clan's divine palace. In addition, a goddess like Lien Yunshang had countless suitors. She was like a beautiful flower. Even if she stood there motionless, she could attract many butterflies and bees. Once the news of Lien Yunshang coming out of seclusion spread, many cultivators came one after another. Most of them had improper thoughts about Lien Yunshang. This woman was indeed beautiful. Of course, there were many beautiful women, but there were too few women like Lien Yunshang, who was beautiful, came from a good family, and had a powerful cultivation. Scarce resources. Naturally, they would be hunted. Women were no exception. Those who could follow Lien Yunshang at this moment, their identities were definitely extraordinary. Maybe they were young masters from the Sacred War Alliance's royal family. Lin Feng guessed those young masters from the royal family might not be qualified to follow Lien Yunshang. You want it? Lin Feng glanced at Lien Yunshang indifferently. Lien Yunshang frowned slightly. She believed that Lin Feng must know her. Who saw her? His eyes were not shining. His imagination ran wild. However, Lin Feng's gaze was extremely indifferent. Pretentious. This guy must be putting on an act. Maybe he wants to use this method to attract my attention. Lien Yunshang could not help but think. There were too many people pursuing Lien Yunshang. What kind of method was this? Lien Yunshang had seen them before. Therefore, when she saw Lin Feng's performance in front of her, she was shocked. Lien Yunshang felt that Lin Feng was being pretentious. He looked down on Lin Feng. Yes, Lien Yunshang said coldly. She believed it. If he said yes, Lin Feng would definitely take this opportunity to get close to him. This kind of trick, Lien Yunshang had seen it before. No, Lin Feng said indifferently, and then took out 80,000 immortal stones. He sealed the immortal stones in a space porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. The salesperson naturally did not dare to take it, because Lien Yunshang also took a fancy to this item. If she took Lin Feng's immortal stones, the deal would be done. Wouldn't he offend Lien Yunshang? Offend Lien Yunshang in Withered Silence City? Did he want to go to hell to massage Yama's back and legs? How dare you trick me? Lien Yunshang's gaze turned cold, although she looked hot and seductive on the outside. In fact, Lien Yunshang was able to win the first competition among the geniuses under 30,000 years old. She stood out and made it to the top 100. One could tell how powerful this woman was. It's not a trick. I'm just asking you. Can't I? Lin Feng said. The corner of Lien Yunshang's mouth twitched violently. After asking, she knew the answer. She gave herself hope. Then she rejected him. She dashed her hope. This was not a trick. What was it? Lien Yunshang suddenly felt that Lin Feng was despicable no matter how she looked at him. She really wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Do you know the consequences of fooling me? Lien Yunshang looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said, I said, I'm not fooling. But since you think I'm fooling you, then I'm fooling you. I forgot to tell you. Don't be too self-righteous. How rude of you to interfere with someone else's purchase. You don't sound like someone from a big family. You sound more like a street thug. Lien Yunshang was furious. Wasn't Lin Feng implying that she was a street thug? Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he mock her in Withered Silence City? Was he tired of living? Brat, are you courting death? Brat, how dare you? Now, immediately, apologize to Fairy Yunshang immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure you walk out of here alive. When the group of young masters saw that Lin Feng dared to offend Lien Yunshang, they perked up, because their chance to perform had arrived. All of them released their domineering auras. They criticized and threatened Lin Feng in all sorts of ways. It was clear that if Lin Feng dared to disobey them, they would immediately take action to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Lien Yunshang and said, "These flower protectors are making a ruckus like a bunch of rascals. Fairy, don't you think it's beneath you to let them follow you around?" When the group of young masters heard Lin Feng's words, they nearly coughed up blood. Lin Feng's mouth was simply too sarcastic. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. Lien Yunshang glared at Lin Feng, ignoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the Purgatory Magic Stone into the space-time continuum. Xiaolong impatiently opened the Purgatory Magic Stone. Sure enough, a dragon core was sealed inside. Xiaolong opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon core. Lin Feng used the Great Restoration Art. The Purgatory Magic Stone that Xiaolong had opened was glued back together. Of course, after all, it was glued back together using a divine ability. Naturally, it wouldn't be as good as before. However, from the outside, the difference wasn't too big. Lin Feng took out the Purgatory Magic Stone again. He fiddled with it in his hand. He smiled and looked at the group of young masters, who were glaring at him. Then he said, "Everyone, do you like Fairy Yunshang? Come to think of it, she's a top-notch beauty. She comes from a good background, possesses great talent, and is strong. Her future is limitless. She's the perfect woman. Who wouldn't like a woman like her? Now, I'll give you a chance to show her who likes her more." How? Someone frowned. Chapter 3677. After hearing Lin Feng's words. How could Lien Yunshang not know what Lin Feng wanted to do? This guy obviously wanted to use her to trick this group of childs. How could this guy be so shameless? Lien Yunshang had the urge to stomp Lin Feng to death. However, Lien Yunshang didn't say anything because this group of childs had been following her all the time. It made Lien Yunshang feel as if she had lost her freedom. She was very disgusted with these people. It was just that these childs were from the royal family of one clan. She couldn't just drive them away. After all, this was likely to make the forces behind both sides hostile. Now Lin Feng was using this method. Even though they were using her name to deceive a group of young masters, it was still a big deal. However, it could help her to get rid of these annoying guys. If these people didn't compete, would they still have the face to stay? If these people competed, would those who failed in the competition still have the face to stay? As for those who succeeded in the competition, she would accept his things and tell him that he was a good person, but they weren't suitable for each other. In this case, Lien Yunshang wouldn't be embarrassed to say it. She had always been an extrovert. She would do things swiftly and decisively. She had rejected people countless times since she was young. It was a walk in the park. Thinking of this, Lien Yunshang couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was because she could use this opportunity to get rid of these people. So, Lien Yunshang's gaze towards Lin Feng seemed to be gentler than before. Of course, it was just a little gentler. Now Lin Feng was still a very hateful bastard in Lian Yunshang's heart. Damn, this bastard wants to kill us. This group of childs wasn't stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Everyone knew Lin Feng's big plan. It was because they knew Lin Feng's plan that these childs were unusually angry. Lin Feng was obviously tricking them. However, they had to bite the bullet. If they didn't, then he would lose the right to pursue Lian Yunshang. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The base price is 80,000, and each increment cannot be less than 10,000. Because if it is less than 10,000, it will damage your status as a young master of the Wan clan's royal family." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. Lian Yunshang couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. However, he felt that it was inappropriate to laugh like this. He could only stifle his laughter, but holding it in like this was really uncomfortable. Lian Yunshang glared at Lin Feng again. Well, all of this, it was all Lin Feng's fault. If it wasn't for this guy, how could he laugh? See how this fairy will deal with you later. 80,000 immortal stones was naturally not a small number. Venerable sovereigns usually only had a few 100,000 immortal stones in their savings. Of course, there might be millions or millions of immortal stones, but they must have obtained a heaven-defying fortune to be able to possess so many immortal stones. Such people were not common. Therefore, even if these young masters were direct descendants of the myriad race's royal family, they would still be able to take out a large amount of immortal stones. It wasn't an immortal stone either. More than half of them could not even take out 80,000 immortal stones, not to mention participating in the competition. The faces of these young masters were gloomier and uglier than the last. They really wanted to smash Lin Feng to death with their spiked clubs. Said Lin Feng, "Celestial being, you have to look at these people clearly. Don't misjudge them. Before you started dating, they were unwilling to spend money on you. After you started dating, or even after you got married, don't expect these guys to spend money on you. It doesn't matter what a man looks like. What matters is whether he is willing to spend money on you." Lian Yunshang rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng was really good at stabbing people's hearts with his words. This was because Lian Yunshang saw that several young masters' faces had turned the color of pig liver. 90,000. I'll take it, one of the young masters said. TSK, TSK. Generous. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. 100,000. I'll take it, another young master said. Good man. Lin Feng gave him another thumbs up. 150,000. I'll take it, a third cultivator said. He increased the price by 50,000. He wanted to scare off the others. These young masters' faces were extremely ugly. More than 100,000 immortal stones. This was not a small number. These young masters had so many immortal stones on them. Some of them had obtained great fortuitous opportunities. That was why they had so many immortal stones. Some of them were about to break through. Their families had provided them with a lot of immortal stones to break through. In addition, they had accumulated immortal stones over the years. Therefore, they had a lot of immortal stones on them. However, in order to compete for the Inferno Hell Fiend stones, these young masters did not even think about breaking through. They would think about breaking through after they got the beauty. 200,000. Another young master made a new bid. The surroundings quieted down. A price of 200,000. That was extremely high. It exceeded the limits of many people. 300,000. Someone was in a frenzy and continued to make a bid. 300,000. True love. True love is invincible. Is there a higher bid? If not, it proves that you don't love Fairy Lien Yunshang as much as this young master. Lin Feng said. The group of young masters glared at Lin Feng. They really wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lien Yunshang could not help but gnash her teeth. Could they not talk when they were auctioning things? However, it was obvious that Lin Feng ignored everyone's gaze. Is there a young master who loves her even more than true love? Come out quickly and show Fairy Lien Yunshang where you are. Lin Feng continued. 400,000. One of the young masters gritted his teeth and offered a new price. What a heartache. It seemed that he was going to go bankrupt. Damn, this young master is really rich and overbearing. It's as if he's going to love her even if she's dead. Is there anyone else who wants to make a higher bid? Lin Feng said with a smile. The young master who made a bid of 400,000 was suppressing the anger in his heart. That was a sky-high price. His heart was aching. He was even ridiculed by Lin Feng. It was really depressing. This time, it seemed that no one was bidding. No matter how Lin Feng encouraged them to continue bidding, no one made a new bid. It seems that no one loves Fairy Lien Yunshang as much as this young master. Lin Feng sighed. The group of young masters remained silent with gloomy expressions. 400,000 going once, 400,000 going twice, 400,000 going thrice. Just as Lin Feng was about to shout, sold, that young master was about to let out a sigh of relief. A voice came from the stairs. 1 million. I'll take it. This voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look. They saw 5 or 6 young masters coming to the 3rd floor. The person who made the bid. Chapter 3678. This young master was from the Sky Fiend race. This person was very handsome, but his slightly long and narrow eyes gave him a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The Sky Fiend race was one of the top 10 races among the royal families. Of course, there were many branches of the Sky Fiend race. There were extraterrestrial demons and heavenly sage great world demons. But in the end, their ancestors might have been from the same family, but they were not as close as before. Tycoon bro, true love is eternal, Lin Feng grinned. 1 million immortal stones. How could this guy be so rich? Lin Feng knew some of the top elites of the myriad races. For example, Sky Fiend races Gongzi Nia, Sacred God races Divine Firmament King, Ancient God races Divine Path Xia, and others. This young master from the Sky Fiend race was so rich. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. This person, could he also be a young elite who entered the myriad races temple to cultivate? It was possible. Gongzi Huang. After seeing this young master from the Sky Fiend race, many of the geniuses from the myriad races' royal families turned solemn. They looked at the young master from the Sky Fiend race with wary eyes. Gongzi Huang, the number 1 genius of the heavenly sage great world's Sky Fiend race. This person was Gongzi Nia's cousin. In the past, Gongzi Huang was also sealed. Time stopped flowing. He broke the seal more than 3,000 years ago. Not long after, the myriad races temple's arena battle began. The geniuses of the myriad races competed. Gongzi Huang was practically invincible as he slaughtered his way into the hundreds and thousands. He was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. And now, he had cultivated in the myriad races temple for 3,000 years. How powerful was Gongzi Huang now? No one knew. These young masters from the royal families were in a terrible mood because of the competition of wealth. They could not compete with Gongzi Huang, and the competition of family background, talent, cultivation, etc. seemed to be at a disadvantage. What qualifications did they have to compete with Gongzi Huang for a woman? Tycoon Bro's love for Fairy Lien Yunshang can be seen by the sun and moon. Is there anyone who loves Fairy Lien Yunshang more than Tycoon Bro? If there is, quickly step out and let Fairy Lien Yunshang see. Lin Feng said. Many people looked at Lin Feng from the corner of their eyes. They really wanted to beat him up. 1,000,000 immortal stones. Was this a price that ordinary people could afford? And he wanted to trick them into bidding? Said Lin Feng. If you don't have enough celestial stones, you can take out your ancestral treasures, such as great imperial weapons, celestial medicines, and other precious treasures. Of course, you can also use them as collateral. When you have enough celestial stones, you can exchange them for them. That was Lin Feng's last sentence. Everyone pretended they did not hear it. Everyone could tell. The guy in front of him was truly shameless. If the treasure really ended up in his hands, was there any possibility of switching it back? Wasn't that just daydreaming? Fairy Yunshang. Wei Lien Yunshang Gongzi Huang walked over with a faint smile. Lien Yunshang also saluted Gongzi Huang. How many immortal stones can this treasure be exchanged for? At this moment, a young master gritted his teeth and took out a treasure. This young master had bid 300,000 immortal stones before. Now, he took out a supreme treasure. It seemed like he really loved Lien Yunshang. Otherwise, he would not take out his own Dharma treasure to sell. Lin Feng found that the treasure the young master took out was a green lamp. The surface of the lamp was densely covered with runes. It was simple and elegant. It was obviously a powerful treasure. Moreover, Lin Feng felt the power of Buddhism from the lamp. Lin Feng liked this treasure very much. He held it in his hand and played with it. He could not put it down. What's the price? The young master asked. A shabby copper lamp. Lin Feng began to bid. After hearing the first half of Lin Feng's words, many people's mouths twitched. This green lamp was obviously a treasure. In Lin Feng's hands, it had turned into a tattered copper lamp. Fraud. How could he be so fraudulent? Many people looked at Lin Feng, speechlessly. The cultivator, who took out the bronze lamp, turned green. He was cursing Lin Feng in his heart. This guy is really shameless. Even Lien Yunshang could not stand it anymore. She began to slander Lin Feng in her heart. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would quote a very low price. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would quote a high price? Lin Feng quoted a price of 1,000,000 immortal stones for the copper lamp that Lin Feng called a shabby copper lamp. Many people were stunned. Didn't he say that it was a shabby copper lamp? Why was he quoting such a high price? Soon, everyone figured it out. Lin Feng was killing two birds with one stone. First of all, this copper lamp was indeed a supreme treasure. It was also a Buddhist supreme treasure. Buddhist supreme treasures were different from other treasures. They could restrain evil spirits and ghosts. Therefore, they often had miraculous effects. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the specific price of Buddhist supreme treasures. Lin Feng quoted a price. Naturally, it was acceptable. Secondly, if Lin Feng quoted a low price, if the total price did not exceed 1,000,000, in the end, Gongzi Huang quoted a price of 1,000,000 immortal stones. If he quoted a high price and succeeded in exceeding 1,000,000, would Gongzi Huang still follow? No. Lin Feng got the copper lamp and the 300,000 immortal stones from the cultivator from before. If he followed, Gongzi Huang had to quote a higher price. This time, Lin Feng was obviously here to cheat Gongzi Huang. Brother True Love has offered a total price of 1,300,000 immortal stones. Are you still following? Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang with a faint smile. The corner of Gongzi Huang's mouth twitched slightly. 1 million to him. It was not a small amount. It was half of all his immortal stones. But now it seemed, even if he bid 1 million, he could not get the Purgatory Fiend Stone. Gongzi Huang was a person who would never admit defeat. He said coldly, 1,500,000. The brother True Love in Lin Feng's mouth sighed. He was powerless to continue and could only choose to withdraw. Is there anyone with a higher price than Brother Tycoon? Lin Feng looked around. No one spoke. You keep saying how much you like Fairy Lien Yunshang. It seems that you are just talking. Lin Feng pursed his lips. The group of young masters clenched their fists together, making creaking sounds. One by one, they glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted as if he did not see their expressions. 1,500,000 going once. 1,500,000 going twice. 1,500,000 going thrice. Deal. This Purgatory Fiend Stone. It belongs to this brother Tycoon. 1 hand for the immortal stone, 1 hand for the goods. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Gongzi Huang. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Then, he waved his hand. Chapter 36:79. It was quite shocking to see 1.5 million immortal stones being taken out. That was a huge sum of money. Now, this river of immortal stones was made up of 1.5 million immortal stones. Many people's eyes were wide open. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this transaction. He got the most precious dragon core in the Inferno Hell Magic Stone. He sold the Inferno Hell Magic Stone that he bought with 80,000 immortal stones for a sky-high price of 1.5 million immortal stones. This business was absolutely amazing. Such a business could not be done at any time. Lin Feng received 1.5 million immortal stones. Then, he handed the Inferno Hell Magic Stone to Gongzi Huang. After receiving the Inferno Hell Magic Stone, Gongzi Huang smiled at Lien Yunshang. He said, Fairy Yunshang, this Inferno Hell Magic Stone is a gift from me. I hope you like it. Thank you, Gongzi. Lien Yunshang bowed to Gongzi Huang. She did not feel embarrassed at all. She directly took the Inferno Hell Magic Stone from Gongzi Huang. What are you all still doing here? It's time to leave. Gongzi Huang glanced indifferently at the other young masters who were pursuing Lien Yunshang. This group of young masters was now disgraced. They did not have the face to continue staying here. Many people walked out with a sullen face. Brother, please wait. Lin Feng looked at the owner of the green lamp. This person was a cultivator of the Sacred Soul race. The Sacred War Alliance launched a war to invade the 9 states back then. But in fact, not all the forces in the Sacred War Alliance participated in this war. For example, the Sacred Soul race was one of them. What's the matter? The cultivator of the Sacred Soul race looked at Lin Feng angrily. His tone was also cold. I want that green lamp. How about we make a deal? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator of the Sacred Soul race and said, since this person dared to take out the green lamp to make a deal, Lin Feng knew that green lamp should not be this person's ancestral treasure. If it was passed down from his ancestors, lend him 3 times the courage. He wouldn't sell his ancestors' magic treasure just because he wanted to please a woman. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the green lamp was a treasure that the Sacred Soul Race cultivator had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, since this person had taken out the green lamp to trade, it must be a supreme treasure. To him, it was not so important that he could not give it up. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to make a deal with him. It's impossible for you to make a deal with me, not in this lifetime. The Sacred Soul tribe cultivator said coldly. Then he walked outside. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Lin Feng said with the tone of an experienced person lecturing a junior. The cultivators of the sacred spirit race were furious. This guy was too shameless. However, he really didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Especially, he thought that he had lost all hope of pursuing Lien Yunshang in the future. His mood was terrible. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lin Feng. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng before quickly leaving. "Why aren't you leaving?" Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I still have something to discuss with little Shangshang." Little Shangshang? Everyone was stunned. Gongzi Huang was also stunned. Wasn't little Shangshang referring to Lien Yinshang? Gongzi Huang's expression was as ugly as it could get. Did this guy eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he call Lien Yinshang that? Gongzi Huang knew that Lien Yinshang was definitely not to be trifled with. Lien Yinshang was also very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to call her that. Was she familiar with this guy? It seemed that the two of them didn't know each other. Lien Yinshang had always thought that Lin Feng was a shameless person. Now, she suddenly felt that calling Lin Feng a shameless person, that was not enough to describe Lin Feng's shamelessness. Little Shangshang, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a place where no one is around. Lin Feng looked at Lien Yunshang with a smile. Lien Yunshang's eyes darted around before she looked at Gongzi Huang and said, "Brother Huang, I have some other matters to attend to today. I can't accompany you any longer. I hope Brother Huang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." Gongzi Huang thought that Lien Yinshang would fly into a rage. However, Lien Yinshang did not. Gongzi Huang was extremely depressed. However, he still had to put on a gentlemanly look. He said, "Fairy, please don't say that. You should attend to your important matters first. Let's meet again another day." "I'll take my leave then." Lien Yinshang bowed slightly to Gongzi Huang. Then she walked out with Lin Feng. Brother Huang, could Lien Yinshang and that guy be putting on an act to extort money? A cultivator next to Gongzi Huang said. "I think that's possible." A second person said. The rest of the cultivators also expressed their opinions. They all felt that it was possible. However, Gongzi Huang shook his head and said, Lien Yinshang wouldn't offend a group of imperial family disciples for a sum of immortal stones. That guy must be using Lien Yunshang's name to make a fortune. Lien Yunshang, on the other hand, doesn't like being followed by so many people, so she's going with the flow. Since Brother Huang has seen through this, why are you still bidding? Someone asked in confusion. Gongzi Huang said, "Because I don't like to see so many flies flying around Lien Yinshang." Then Gongzi Huang's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "No one has ever taken immortal stones from me. That guy won't be able to do it either." At this point, Gongzi Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng and Lien Yunshang walked out of the shop. "He used my name to extort so many immortal stones. We'll split it half." Lien Yunshang said. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, "Didn't I help you drive away those annoying fellows? I also helped you get rid of Gongzi Huang. You also got the Inferno Hellfiend Stone. You should be content. You can't be too greedy. You're the greedy one. You got one. 5 million immortal stones. I've never seen so many immortal stones in my life." Lien Yinshang glared at Lin Feng as she spoke. Lin Feng said, Gongzi Huang came down to look for you." Lien Yinshang turned to look at the shop. Gongzi Huang was nowhere to be seen. Lien Yunshang immediately knew that she had been tricked by Lin Feng. She turned to look at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Bastard, bastard, How dare you trick me? I think you're tired of living. As long as you stay in Forsaken City, I have many ways to find you. Lien Yunshang said fiercely. One had to admit that Lien Yunshang was a supreme beauty. She became angry. They were both so beautiful. Chapter 3680. Lien Yunshang did not stay for long. Instead, she quickly left the black market. Lin Feng went to the biggest shop in the black market. This shop, it was called the Divine Wind Restaurant. It was said that the owner was very mysterious, was very capable. No one dared to provoke him. Therefore, the business of the Divine Wind Restaurant was doing well. The Divine Wind Restaurant had a total of 7 floors. It was very big. There were many customers here. People came and went. There was an endless stream. It was said that the Divine Wind Restaurant would hold a huge auction every once in a while. At the auction, usually there would be some good items. Lin Feng entered the Divine Wind Restaurant. A servant girl on the first floor saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura and knew that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. She walked up to him. This maidservant was quite tall, and she was also quite beautiful. She was very pleasing to the eye. "Is there anything I can do for you, young master?" The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng and asked, "I need to buy a large amount of precious insect materials. Can you help me contact the elders who can make the decisions here?" Lin Feng said. The maidservant said, "Young master, please follow me to the VIP room to rest for a while. I will inform the elders soon." Lin Feng nodded. He followed the servant girl to the VIP room on the first floor. The servant girl poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Then she left. Not long after, a series of footsteps came from outside. Then a beautiful woman walked into the main hall. This beautiful woman should be the person in charge. Lin Feng was very surprised because he had been to many places like the Divine Wind Restaurant. The person in charge, usually they were men. This was the first time the woman saw them. Of course, Lin Feng did not show his surprise on his face. "I am Yao Yu. Greetings, young master. May I know how to address you?" The woman smiled and bowed to Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng and asked about his identity. "The surname is Lin," Lin Feng said. He only said his surname, not his first name. Many cultivators were actually like this. In order to avoid trouble, they would only reveal their surnames and not their names. There were even a lot of people. He directly changed the name. He used a fake name to hide his true identity. This kind of thing was commonplace in the world of cultivators. "So it's Lin Gongzi. I heard from my subordinates that Lin Gongzi needs some insect materials. I wonder what kind of materials Lin Gongzi needs." The beautiful woman asked with a smile. "Nurture the primordial ancestral insect, Emperor Archaic, prehistoric demon refining insect queen, the materials of the celestial devouring bug queen. I want as many as you have," Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman was shocked because the spirit insects that Lin Feng mentioned were too shocking. And now, Lin Feng collected these insect materials. Could it be that Lin Feng was cultivating these spirit insects? The beautiful woman asked calmly. "These insect materials are not easy to find. Moreover, they are very expensive." "No problem. Just bring them over," Lin Feng said. "Young master, please wait for a while. This servant will go to the warehouse to check how many insect materials are left. When I'm done, I'll bring them all to young master," the beautiful woman said. "Many thanks." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The beautiful woman chuckled and said, "We should be thanking young master for patronizing our divine wind sex business." When the beautiful woman laughed, she looked as if she was trembling. She was really beautiful. Lin Feng could not help but take a few more glances at her. The beautiful woman was very pleased with herself. She had always been attracted to him. She was very confident. The beautiful woman left to sort out the various insect materials. An hour later, the beautiful woman returned. She brought over 200 types of insect materials. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This divine wind sex ability was really big. They actually had so many insect materials in stock. There are a total of 84 types of insect materials to cultivate the immemorial ancestral insect, 56 types of insect materials to cultivate the emperor archaic, 67 types of insect materials to cultivate the desolate era demon refining insect queen, 60 types of insect materials to cultivate the immortal devouring insect queen. As the beautiful woman spoke, she took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. She said, "The quantity and price of each insect material are all recorded inside. Young master can take a look." Lin Feng took the jade tube. His divine sense sensed it. Sure enough, he found it. It recorded the introduction, quantity, price, and other contents of various insect materials. It was very complete. The divine wind sect was very meticulous in doing things. This point, Lin Feng admired it very much. "No problem." Lin Feng's divine sense withdrew from the jade tube and said, "The price of these things added together is 830,000 immortal stones. But today, our divine wind sect will form a good relationship with young master and only take 800,000 immortal stones from young master." The beautiful woman said with a smile. 800,000 immortal stones was actually an astronomical figure. World of cultivators. Many people did not raise pets, spirit beasts, and so on. These pets, spirit beasts, and other living creatures could play an important role at critical moments. They could even reverse the situation of a battle. But why were there still so few people who raised these pets and spirit beasts as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns? It was not that those cultivators did not want to raise them. It was that they really could not afford to raise them. Only a rich cultivator like Lin Feng could do that, could afford to raise them. Thank you, fairy," Lin Feng said with a smile. Then he took out 800,000 immortal stones. He sealed the 800,000 immortal stones in a spatial porcelain bottle and handed it to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman did not check if the number of immortal stones inside was enough. She kept the porcelain bottle. She did this as if she was telling Lin Feng. She trusted Lin Feng 100%. She had a 100% trusting attitude towards her customers. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Lin Feng continued, "I still need some things, but I don't know if the Divine Wind sect has them here." "What things?" the beautiful woman asked curiously. "Dragon cores, dragon crystals, and the like. It's a treasure that can help the dragon race grow quickly," Lin Feng said. In fact, the dragon core and the dragon crystal were the same thing. It was just that they had different names at different stages. There was a huge difference in the purity of the energy contained within. These things are not easy to find. However, I heard that a fellow Taoist has a bottle of dragon marrow. It is said that it is the marrow of a true dragon. Priceless. True dragon marrow? Good fellow. Lin Feng heard the words true dragon bone marrow. He was shocked. This item was even more valuable than a dragon core or a dragon crystal. It would definitely play a huge role in promoting Xiaolong's growth. Eat, eat, eat. When Xiaolong heard the words true dragon bone marrow, he was shocked. He shouted excitedly, "Is that fellow Taoist in Withered City?" Lin Feng asked. Chapter 3681, said Lin Feng. "Thank you very much, Celestial." The beautiful woman chuckled. "You're too polite, young master. Lin Feng chatted with the beautiful woman for a while before leaving. He had gained a lot from this trip to the black market. As for this trip, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Lin Feng walked outside. A group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Among the crowd, Lin Feng saw the three-eyed bull demon that he had defeated. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Was this guy here for revenge? The three-eyed bull demon had never invaded the 9 prefectures before. So Lin Feng didn't like this race. He didn't hate them. But if this guy didn't have eyes and came to find trouble with him, Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful. Big brother, it's him, the three-eyed bull demon pointed at Lin Feng. This guy had brought over an expert who was somewhat similar to him, but his aura was much stronger. Eat this old bull's fist. The reinforcements brought over by the three-eyed bull demon couldn't help but roar. Then he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He casually sent out a palm strike. Bang! This reinforcements was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike. Crack, crack. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The bones in his body. It was unknown how many were broken by Lin Feng. So strong, so strong. The three-eyed bull demon that was sent flying by Lin Feng once again rushed towards Lin Feng. The three-eyed bull demon from before also rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought that the two of them wanted to gang up on him. Just as Lin Feng was about to make his move, who would have thought the two of them directly flopped on the ground? Flop. They knelt in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The surrounding cultivators were also dumbfounded. Weren't these guys here for revenge? The fight had only just begun. Kneeling on the ground, what was the meaning of this? Even if he couldn't win, he could still leave. There was no need to kneel on the ground, right? Lin Feng didn't know what to do with those two guys. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked speechlessly. Young master, you're too strong. We brothers are willing to follow young master. We hope that young master can bestow upon us the method to become stronger. The three-eyed ox demonic cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng hurriedly said, Young master, please accept us. We are willing to become young master's followers. We can help young master with a lot of things. Another three-eyed bull demon said. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. These two guys actually did such a thing and caught Lin Feng off guard. Get up, this is not the place to talk. Lin Feng said. Naturally, he had no interest in accepting these two followers. If young master doesn't accept us brothers, we brothers will kneel for a long time. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators said in unison. Once a bull's temper flared up, it was completely one-track minded. If you want to kneel, then kneel. I'll take my leave first. Lin Feng directly walked outside. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators hurriedly got up. There were still some other cultivators following them. They were all followers they had taken in. Now, the two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators had driven away their followers. They then chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators followed Lin Feng back to his residence in the Bee Garden district. They didn't knock on his door. Instead, they sat on the branches of a tree not far away and rested. When the innkeeper found out about this, he came to Lin Feng's residence. He asked Lin Feng if he needed to drive the two away. The innkeeper had a great background. It was said that it was related to the city lord's mansion. Perhaps the city lord's mansion was the force behind it. Lin Feng asked, "What's the background of these two?" The older one is called Niu Meng, and the younger one is called Niu Yen. Speaking of which, these two brothers are quite pitiful. Their parents were killed when they were still very young. Originally, their father was the eldest son of the three-eyed ox demon clan's patriarch. Moreover, The old patriarch's soul was about to return to the 9 heavens due to an old illness. The brother's father was about to inherit the patriarch's position, but he suddenly died tragically, and the position of patriarch fell to the second brother. The situation of the 2 brothers, Niu Meng and Niu Yan, is getting worse and worse. Although their bloodline is powerful, they have no one to rely on in the clan after their parents died. Therefore, they missed the best period of cultivation when they were young. Therefore, their powerful talents have not been fully displayed. All these years, they have been thinking of avenging their parents, so they want to become stronger. The innkeeper said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect these 2 stubborn brothers to have such a tragic background. Lin Feng's sharp senses told him that. Was the death of the Niu Meng and Niu Yan's father related to this second uncle of theirs? Of course. This was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng didn't have any evidence. Let them stay there. They will leave soon if I don't go out. Lin Feng said, Young master's kindness is admirable. The innkeeper cupped his fists. Then he left. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the Niu Meng and Niu Yan brothers. Perhaps everyone in this world had their own story behind them. And Lin Feng, he didn't want to be too involved in other people's affairs. Afternoon. A maid came to Lin Feng's place. This maid was from the Divine Wind Pavilion. She received Yao Yu's order and came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter. A light flashed. On the letter, a graceful figure appeared. It was Yao Yu. Yao Yu said, Young master, I have already visited that fellow Taoist. Tomorrow, that fellow Taoist will go to the Divine Wind Pavilion and take out the true dragon bone marrow. However, that fellow Taoist seems to have informed many people to go, so young master must be mentally prepared. Her voice faded. That illusory figure of Yao Yu disappeared. On the blank letter, there was a dense row of small words. Those small words, including the specific time, guesses of what the other party might need, and so on. Yao Yu was quite meticulous. She was very thoughtful. I have received the letter. Go and reply to manager Yao Yu. Say that I will be there on time tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at the maid who delivered the letter and said, Yes, this servant will go back and report to master. The maid said. Then she left. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Divine Wind Pavilion. Seeing Lin Feng come out, the Niu Meng and Niu Yan brothers hurriedly jumped down from the tree. Then they followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want the Niu brothers to follow him because there were too many people from the Sacred War Alliance who wanted to kill him. Once Lin Feng's identity was exposed, there would definitely be experts to deal with him. This was also the reason why Lin Feng didn't want the Niu brothers to follow him, because once the war broke out, the Niu brothers, Chapter 3682, I'll pass on 3 divine abilities to you 2 brothers. These 3 divine abilities, one is called Green Ox Heaven Trampling Steps, one is called Divine Ox Dragon Kill, and one is called Divine Ox Demon Art. Come find me after you've successfully cultivated these 3 divine abilities. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and 2 light beams flew out. Each beam of light recorded 3 divine abilities. These 3 divine abilities were obtained from the immortal corpse's soul. They were very powerful. The 2 light beams that recorded the divine abilities entered the minds of the Niu brothers. Thank you, young master. The 2 of us brothers will definitely cultivate well. We won't disappoint young master's expectations. The Niu Meng and Niu Yan said excitedly. They thanked him repeatedly. Then they left. After seeing the 2 brothers leave, Lin Feng continued to walk towards the Divine Wind Tower. Arriving at the Divine Wind Tower, the beautiful woman Yao Yu received Lin Feng. Is he here? Lin Feng asked. He's already here. He's currently drinking tea and chatting with the deputy head. There's still an hour before the trade fair begins. Young master should also go to the VIP lounge to rest. Yao Yu said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Yao Yu brought Lin Feng to a separate VIP lounge on the 5th floor. A maidservant brought in tea. As the manager of the Divine Wind Tower, Yao Yu had a lot of things to do, so after chatting with Lin Feng for a while, she went out to deal with the affairs of the Divine Wind Tower. An hour later, a maid came to the VIP lounge where Lin Feng was. The maid said, Lin Gongzi, the trade fair is about to begin. Let's go now. Lin Feng nodded. He got up and followed behind the maid. The trade fair was also on the 5th floor. It was only a dozen meters away from the VIP lounge where Lin Feng was resting. When they entered the trade fair, there were already 7 or 8 cultivators gathered here. There were elderly cultivators, middle-aged cultivators, and also relatively young cultivators. After seeing Lin Feng come in, these people all looked indifferent. They didn't pay too much attention to a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Soon after, a group of people arrived. The 2 people in the lead. They were 2 young masters, and Lin Feng actually recognized one of them. It was none other than Gongzi Huang. The young master beside Gongzi Huang was extremely handsome. It was just that his eyebrows were raised, making him look rather frivolous. Gongzi Huang, that person also came out of the Holy Palace. In the past, Gongzi Huang was the most powerful existence among the younger generation. Now that he is cultivated in the sacred palace for such a long time, it is simply unimaginable just how powerful his combat strength has become. That's right. Perhaps he can catch up to the older generation of experts. I heard that Gongzi Huang came for Lien Yunshang. I've heard about this as well. The one with Gongzi Huang is Lien Yunshang's younger brother, right? This fellow is a spoiled brat with exceptional talent. However, he does not want to improve himself and has always been a fool when it comes to cultivation. After obtaining so many precious resources over the years, he has only just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. What a waste of resources. The cultivators in the VIP lounge began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng could hear the ants fighting. Naturally, he could hear the mutterings of some cultivators. He rather admired Lien Yunshang's younger brother. This fellow had probably heard the others' evaluation of him. However, he did not seem to care at all. Perhaps a dead pig does not fear boiling water. This was how this fellow was acting now. Anyway, it was already like this. You can say whatever you want. When Gongzi Huang saw Lin Feng sitting down, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Brother Huang, do you know this fellow? Lien Limo asked in surprise. Yes, this is the fellow I told you about before. He is the one who used your sister's reputation to auction the Purgatory Demon Stone. Gongzi Huang said. Moreover, he did not lower his voice when speaking. Obviously, he did not mind being overheard by Lin Feng. This fellow was fanning the flames of trouble. He did it so blatantly. When the others heard this, they were all surprised. They all looked at Lin Feng. They wondered who this fellow was. He actually dared to use Lien Yunshang's reputation to make a fortune. Lien Yunshang was beautiful. However, she was not a good-tempered person. Was this fellow not playing with fire? However, this fellow was actually sitting there calmly. It seemed that Lien Yunshang did not take revenge on him. Could it be that he had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Lien Yunshang? Or else, why did Lien Yunshang not teach this fellow a lesson? Many people began to make guesses. Lien Limo walked toward Lin Feng. Many people muttered. It seemed that Lien Limo was going to deal with this fellow. Soon, Lien Limo came to Lin Feng's side. He looked at Lin Feng condescendingly and asked, "Is it true that you used my sister's name to make a fortune?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "You can think of it that way." Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to answer so straightforwardly. "Humph. Did you commit a heinous crime?" Lien Limo snorted coldly. "What heinous crime? Tell me about it," Lin Feng said calmly. "My sister has a fiery temper. She was furious that you used her name to make a fortune. She wanted to smash you into a pulp with her mace, but I tried my best to stop her. In order to save you, I was almost slapped to death by my sister." Lien Limo said. "Lin Feng, Gongzi Huang, everyone," Lien Limo muttered to himself. "For you, I offended my own sister. Now, I don't dare to return home. So, you should know what to do now, right?" Everyone was speechless. It was rumored that Lien Limo was not only a second-generation heir, but also a dabbler. They did not believe it at first. Now they believed it. This fellow was really a weirdo. He actually dared to make up stories about his own sister. Moreover, his intentions were clear. He had said so much. He wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. After that, Lin Feng ignored Lien Limo, the idiot. Lien Limo said, "Thank you? That's it. Think about the sacrifices I made for you." Lien Limo said. He even stretched out his right hand and made a rubbing motion. Lin Feng said, "What are you doing? Your hand is rubbing here and there. What exactly are you rubbing?" Many people could not help but laugh. Lin Feng was obviously teasing Lien Limo. Lien Limo rolled his eyes, thinking, "Why is this fellow so stupid? He can't even understand what I'm trying to say." Lien Limo then remembered that Gongzi Huang had spent 1.5 million to buy a purgatory fiend stone from Lin Feng. Lien Limo could not help but despise Gongzi Huang's intelligence. Each one was stupider than the other. I'm still the smart one. Chapter 3683. Lien Limo originally wanted to ask for a portion of the immortal stones from Lin Feng, but at this moment, Yao Yu and another cultivator arrived. Everyone naturally knew Yao Yu. As for the other cultivator, very few people knew him. Someone seemed to recognize the cultivator's identity and was extremely shocked, but he didn't say much. That cultivator didn't look particularly old, around 30 years old. But cultivators all looked relatively young. That cultivator must have cultivated for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. After seeing Yao Yu arrive, Lien Limo shrunk his neck. He seemed to be quite afraid of Yao Yu. He didn't continue to pester Lin Feng, but quickly found a place to sit down. "Everyone, this fellow Taoist Zhuge is the fellow Taoist who possesses the true dragon bone marrow," Yao Yu said. Everyone cupped their fists towards the cultivator, surnamed Zhuge. "I am Zhuge Ming. Greetings, fellow Taoists." The cultivator introduced himself. Of course, it was unknown whether it was his real name or not. When cultivators went out, there were very few who used their real names, other than those who were confident in their own strength or those who came from large factions who used their real names. The rest of the people liked to use aliases because they were worried about being retaliated against. Therefore, it was more convenient to use an alias. Although this Zhuge Ming looked very amiable, he was not a person to be trifled with. But this person gave Lin Feng an unusually dangerous feeling. This existence. He was definitely a powerful character. He wasn't someone ordinary people could provoke. Yao Yu said, "Everyone is here for the true dragon bone marrow. As for how to obtain the true dragon bone marrow, it will depend on what fellow Taoist Zhuge's specific request is." I still have something to take care of, so I won't disturb everyone. Yao Yu bowed to everyone. Then she walked outside. Take care. Everyone said, watching Yao Yu leave. Seeing Yao Yu leave, Lien Limo's expression returned to normal. Lin Feng had been observing Lien Limo the entire time. He realized that this guy seemed to be very afraid of Yao Yu. Lien Limo was the son of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan's patriarch. Was there a need to be afraid of Yao Yu? Unless Yao Yu and the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan had a deep relationship, and her identity was different. That was why Lien Limo, the second generation, was so afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, I need an item. Who could take it out? The true dragon's bone marrow belongs to him. Zhuge Ming said. What is it? Everyone was curious. Immortal's inner core. Zhuge Ming said. Immortal's inner core? What the hell is that? Li Mo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Zhuge Ming said, cultivators usually don't condense inner cores. They usually convert the energy in their bodies into qi. For example, magic power belonged to a type of qi, and qi was also the most primitive force that propelled a cultivator's life. Even the flow of blood needed to be carried by qi. However, there are some immortals who can condense an inner core within their bodies. This inner core is called the Great Golden Core and is formed by the condensation of the immortal's energy source and their own qi. Many people frowned. What Zhuge Ming wanted was simply too rare. Lin Feng had prepared many treasures. However, these treasures were of no use. Immortal Niden. These things were condensed from the bodies of immortals, and only a very small portion of immortals could condense them. Where should I go to find them? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who couldn't produce such an item. Everyone present couldn't produce such an item either. Zhuge Ming took in the expressions of everyone present. He then said, if you can't produce an immortal's inner core, it's fine. Everyone can name a price, and everyone will have one chance. If I'm satisfied with what you have, I'll give you the true dragon bone marrow. Good. This is a good suggestion. I'll go first. Li Mo immediately shouted, then took out a jade tube and handed it to Zhuge Ming. What is this? Zhuge Ming didn't check the jade tube, but asked instead. Li Mo wanted to go forward and whisper to him. However, he was rejected by Zhuge Ming. There's nothing that can't be said. Just say it, Zhuge Ming said. Li Mo recited, Guan Guan Ju Do in the river, a gentle and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. We men live in this world. Aren't we born to enjoy ourselves? Women, on the other hand, are able to show off our men's status. I'm sure there's no man who doesn't like women, right? In this jade tube of mine, there's information on many of the top beauties in our great sage world. Even their interests and hobbies are recorded. Fellow Taoist, you can take a look. If you take a fancy to any of them, you can approach them according to their interests and hobbies. Then launch a powerful attack. When the time comes, you'll definitely be able to win the heart of the beauty. After hearing Lien Limo's words, the corners of many people's mouths couldn't help but twitch. This Lien Mo, what a weirdo. As expected of someone like a spoiled brat, did he think that everyone had the same thoughts as him? Apart from eating, drinking, and playing with women, there was nothing else to do? Next, Zhuge Ming ignored Lien Mo. You really don't know anything about romance. Lien Mo rolled his eyes and said, an old man said, I once obtained a Taoist scripture passed down from an ancient immortal in the primordial era. It contains endless wonders, and I can copy it for you. Zhuge Ming didn't say anything directly. Instead, he wanted to see what other people had. He needed to weigh the pros and cons. After the old man finished speaking, A middle-aged cultivator said, I have an unparalleled divine ability here, but it's incomplete. Even so, it's still heaven-defying. I plan to use this divine ability to exchange for true dragon bone marrow with you. After the middle-aged cultivator, the only female cultivator said, I have an unrefined Qianquan gourd here. It's said that it's a gourd formed from the most ancient immortal root. One of the 3 pure ones, Taishang Laojun, had a treasure that was refined from this Qianquan gourd. It's said that it can absorb all living things in the world, and it only takes 49 days to refine anyone to death. Fellow Taoist, you can use the Qianquan gourd to refine such a supreme treasure. The cultivators said one after another. Naturally, the items they took out were all extremely precious. There were only 2 people left, Gongzi Huang. Lin Feng, Gongzi Huang, said, I'm sure you've heard of the antediluvian secret realm. After hearing the words Eldritch Mystery Realm, many people's expressions changed abruptly. Gongzi Huang continued, This is the most mysterious and ancient mystery realm in the Eldritch era. The inheritance and treasures inside are unimaginable. I have a token here, which is a token to enter the Eldritch Mystery Realm. The Eldritch Mystery Realm appears once every 10 million years. Calculating the time, it should appear somewhere in the starry sky world in a few years. When the time comes, the holder of the token will be able to sense it. At that time, you can find the Eldritch Mystery Realm and enter it. Once you enter the Eldritch Mystery Realm, you'll obtain unimaginable opportunities. After Gongzi Huang finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand. A token appeared in his hand,